Another year had flown on by full of tinkering and making. At the North Pole, in a certain grotto that smelled strongly of baking, the wee elves, all so busy, so jingly and so merry, for Christmas was almost here, which meant Santa was on the sherry. With fireplace all crackling, the sleigh bells softly tinkling, Mrs. Claus felt rather content whilst dusting sugar with a sprinkling over the warm mince pies that everyone knew were Santa's favourite, so you'd have thought the big man would eat slow enough to savour it. But this tale isn't just about Santa Claus and his elves, nor the grotto or his reindeer who watched his helpers stack the shelves. No, this story goes further to a farm we know fondly, where a little cat and her friends find themselves in a quandary, for their excitement for Christmas is the same as yours or mine, and a night of adventure calls beneath the stars that shine. But for now, let's get cozy, all snuggled and calm. Simply lie back and take a deep breath, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. Mortimer Thistlewick adjusted his spectacles, squinting at the antique pocket watch ticking away in the pocket of his velvet waistcoat. It wasn't his. He'd found it nestled between the frosty cobblestones near the bakery 3 Tuesdays ago. Timepieces fascinated him, their tiny gears whirring like captured fairies cycling away on tiny unicycles. The North Pole workshop hummed with a peculiar fusion of organised chaos and peppermint-scented calm. Elves in jaunty striped hats polished sleigh runners with lemon-infused wax, chatting amiably about Mrs. Claus's newly acquired ukulele skills. Floorboards creaked underfoot as Bundlesworth, the head groomer, carefully combed glittering frost from Dash's antlers whilst the reindeer lazily crunched crystallised sugar lumps. Outside, candy cane striped chimneys puffed clouds smelling faintly of gingerbread and the cosiest of wispy hardwood smoke. Inside the main lodge, Santa's chuckle rumbled like thunder as he poured sherry into 2 thimble-sized glasses. Mrs. Claus patted her apron absent-mindedly, leaving streaks of flour on the fabric. The crackling firelight caught the twinkle in her eyes as she recalled little Amara from Reykjavik, who'd requested a miniature volcano that erupted strawberry jam. Across the room, Blitzen sneezed delicately, scattering icicles that chimed like wind chimes, all onto the polished ice floor. Santa swirled his sherry gently, letting his thoughts pour out across his lips. "Remember young Gareth, a lad who always wanted socks that never lost their pairs." Mrs. Claus snorted inelegantly into her drink.
Oh, bless him. Saved us from knitting mismatches till Easter. Oh, I do hope he's getting on okay.
Outside, a choir of penguins waddled past the frost-etched window, singing carols horribly off-key. Santa winced playfully. "Rehearsal's going splendidly, I see." Mrs. Claus nudged his knee with her slippered foot.
Oh, hush now. They're enthusiastic at least. Perhaps with a little extra practice.
He leaned back, the leather armchair groaning in protest. "What about that Tokyo request? The robot kitten that purrs Beethoven, was it?" Mrs. Claus's eyes sparkled brighter than the tinsel-draped rafters.
The engineering elves loved that challenge. You know, they actually added a tiny conductor's baton that actually kept time.
She chuckled, picturing the meticulous blueprints littered with doodles of robotic mice. "Good heavens, my wee darling. What a marvel! I fear that the rate technology is going, it won't be long before it's robot kittens conducting us. Jeezo!" Santa mused, tapping his glass thoughtfully. Indeed. Indeed. What about, young Laurie and Drew from California? Their intricate request for what was it now? A mini jig-dancing Highland coo or something? Mrs. Claus waved a flour-dusted hand dismissively.
Fluffy logistics, dear. We outsourced it to Elf Donald McDonald's cousin. He's the expert in cooler climates and Highland dancing.
Santa's belly jiggled with laughter, a sound like snowballs rolling downhill. Splendid! Though I hope Seamus remembered the tiny bagpipes. They sipped quietly for a moment, the sherry warming them like liquid starlight, helped of course by the healthily crackling fire, which toasted their noses inside their cosy cabin. Not far away, Blitzen sneezed again, sending crystalline snowflakes pirouetting through the frosty air. Their thoughts drifted naturally westward across stormy Atlantic waters, settling over a wee Scottish glen. Santa then remembered something that stirred him deeper still, and murmured under his breath, swirling his sherry thoughtfully, causing flecks of amber light to dance across his rosy cheeks. His chuckle vibrated deep in his chest. "Ah, wee Morag. That ginger menace who kept trying to bat the tinsel off my boots when I was chatting to Rose. Remember Rose? Her letters always smelled so faintly of heather and hope. Very comforting." Mrs. Claus nodded, a soft smile softening her flour-dusted face.
Oh, the poor wee lamb, missing her father so fiercely. Morag was her absolute companion. Bless her. She kept stealing those balls of wool meant for scarves. dragging them all over Black Hill Farm, like she was trying to fly a kite.
She mimed the tiny cat dragging a colossal yarn ball, her fingers hooking imaginary claws, and Santa's eyes crinkled warmly at the corners as he reached out for a freshly baked mince pie. Aye, and the sheer audacity, perched atop the mantelpiece like a furry gargoyle, watching my every move with those wonderfully intelligent green eyes of hers. He took a big bite, followed by a slow sip, savouring the rich sweetness of both sherry and fruity mincemeat. Do you suppose she still patrols that wee farmhouse kitchen? Keeping watch for stray food morsels, no doubt, that might drop from the kitchen counter.
Knowing Morag, she's lately appointed herself Queen of the Stove years ago. She probably demands tribute in clotted cream and scratches behind the ear.
Well, wherever you are, Morag, here's to a very Merry Christmas. Who knows? Maybe we'll bump into her again. Stranger things have happened.
Fancy a wee top-up, my cuddly wee Santa? You'll be needing fuel come tomorrow night.
You're too good to me, my wee darling. Oh, and mind passing me another of your delicious mince pies over? That'd be smashing, thank you. Over their wonderful memories of years gone by, Santa and Mrs. Claus chatted away into the night, enjoying this little moment of peace just between themselves. It had been a tough year, very demanding on the pair of them in a good few ways. But, as always, their spirits remained high, and their hearts full of love and cheer. Their shared chuckle mingled with the quiet tick-tock, tick-tock, echoing faintly from Mortimer Thistlewick's velvet waistcoat pocket. The ancient watch seemed to chime its agreement, a tiny metronome counting down the dwindling hours before launch. Outside, Dasher snorted, a plume of frosty breath instantly crystallizing in the sub-zero air. Under the faintly glowing lamplights and sparkling stars of the North Pole night, all of Santa's reindeer began to get excited for what lay ahead. It was nearly Christmas Eve. Time to get packing. Far away beneath a quilt of Scottish stars, it was the eve of Christmas night, and wee Morag stretched luxuriously on the worn hearthrug of Black Hill Farm. Her purr was a deep-throated engine of contentment, vibrating through the flagstones and mingling with the gentle, tiny snores of Rose, who was nestled deep in her bed upstairs. She had decided to go to bed extra early that night because You know, the sooner you sleep, the sooner Christmas morning arrives. Isn't that still the case? Either way, the lingering scent of peat and fresh Christmas fruit cake hung warmly in the air. With one final, deliberate rub of her ginger cheek against the cool stone fireplace, marking her territory one last time, Morag slipped soundlessly through the cat flap, leaving the cosy fog behind. The crisp December night air hit her whiskers like tiny pinpricks, instantly invigorating. The frost-kissed grass crunched pleasingly under her paws as she padded her familiar route towards the weathered barn nestled beside the old wooded copse. Moonlight, pale and silvery, cast long, dramatic shadows across the frosted fields, transforming ordinary hay bales into slumbering giants. Inside, the barn's comforting gloom, warmed slightly by the resident sheep, and smelling richly of dry hay and earth, two familiar shapes awaited. Isla, the impossibly fluffy Highland calf, shuffled her hooves eagerly, her breath puffing out in thick, excited clouds. Fox, sleek and russet-furred, her brush-tail swinging like a metronome, perched atop a stack of sweet-smelling barley sacks. "Merry Christmas Eve, you wee heathen," Fox greeted Morag, her voice a musical and mellow tune. "Ready to ditch the hearthside snoozing for actual adventure?" Isla lowed softly in enthusiastic agreement, her large liquid eyes wide in the semi-darkness. Morag arched her ginger back proudly. "Adventure beckons, and I know precisely where." Her green eyes gleamed like polished holly berries. "The village. Tonight's the night." Fox's ears pricked forward instantly. "The tree? Finally?" The annual village Christmas tree, a towering spruce hauled down from the hills every year, was legendary for its arrival. Due to the awful storms earlier in the autumn, there had been a big delay in this year's tree arriving, and as a result, everyone was so extra excited for it to finally be there, right in the heart of the town. Rumours flew amongst the local wildlife about its size, its decorations, and the sheer chaos surrounding its erection. Isla nudged Morag affectionately with her woolly head, nearly knocking the cat sideways. "Oh, please say we're going. I've never seen it lit up proper." The prospect of glittering baubles and shimmering lights held an irresistible allure for the young cow. Fox hopped down gracefully, landing with barely a whisper. She then declared, "Right then, lead the way, Majesty Morag, to witness the glorious, probably stressful spectacle." The trio set off, a mismatched parade under the vast, star-strewn Scottish sky. Morag trotting purposefully in front, a beacon of ginger determination, like Blackhill Farm's Rudolph leading the sleigh. Fox weaved silently beside her, russet fur blending with the moonlit shadows, and Isla clopping happily behind, her fluffy flanks brushing frost from the overgrown hedgerows. The crisp air carried distant sounds, the faint jingle of a collar bell from a neighbour's dog, the muted thrum of a generator humming somewhere deep in the farmhouse cellar, and far, far off, the rhythmic clank of the community hall boiler. Either that or an ancient archaic steam train, but both were known to be quite similar to each other. Their route skirted the frosty sheep fields, dipped into the shallow, icy burn they crossed on stepping stones. They were slick with frost, and they climbed a gentle rise. As they crested it, the distant twinkle of village lights came into view, nestled like scattered jewels in the valley below. The scent shifted subtly. Wood and coal smoke mingled with the distant tang of the seashore carried on by the breeze. They paused, catching their breath. Morag's whiskers twitched as she savoured the anticipation prickling the air. "Nearly there," she hissed, her voice barely louder than the crunch of frost under Isla's hooves. Dropping low, they skirted the village outskirts, sticking to frost-dusted gardens and the deep shadows cast by stone cottages draped in twinkling fairy lights. Their destination was the village hall, its car park usually empty, but tonight pulsing with unexpected life. They squeezed beneath a prickly hawthorn hedge bordering the car park, finding the perfect vantage point, a dense thicket offering cover while granting them a clear view. Though how much cover a dense thicket really gave a Highland cow, no one will really know. The scene unfolding was worthy of the legends Fox had whispered about. A massive, diesel-spewing truck idled noisily, its exhaust fumes smelling sharply of burnt oil and pine resin against the clean night air. Strapped firmly to its flatbed stood a colossal spruce, its trunk thicker than Isla in her entirety, and its branches brushing the truck's roof. Pine needles littered the tarmac around it like emerald snow. A small crowd of villagers, wrapped in thick scarves and knitted hats, their breath puffing white clouds into the chilly air, clustered nearby, chatting excitedly. Some sipped steaming drinks from thermos flasks that perfumed the air with cocoa and cinnamon. Several stoudy folk were carefully manoeuvring the tree upright into a waiting trolley, shouting instructions muffled by the engine's rumble.
Heave, John! Steady on right there! Watch the fairy lights, cable Stuart! Mind your head! Oh, now, come on!
Morag's eyes widened like saucers, not just at the majestic tree being expertly eased to the ground amidst cheers, but at the truck bed itself. Behind the giant spruce lay a tangled forest in miniature. 6, 7, 8 more smaller trees strapped down. Their fresh pine scent mingled powerfully with the smell of the engine. So many, Isla breathed, utterly enchanted. Fox twitched her whiskers. Each one for someone? Spares, probably. Either that or for those very posh people with the huge mansion. They probably need 6 just for their foyer, or for each of their fancy big dining rooms. Driven by feline wonder, Morag couldn't resist. While villagers fussed over the main tree's positioning, debating where the star should go, she darted from a hedge, a silent streak of ginger.
Higher! Higher, Jimmy! Ah, it'll blow straight off from there. What are you doing?
She leapt nimbly onto the truck's rear bumper, then scrambled onto the bed itself. Up close, the bundled trees felt like strange, fragrant mountains. She padded cautiously amongst them, inhaling deeply. Damp earth, soothing and sappy pine. Total bliss. It was an entire miniature forest captured on wheels. She nestled momentarily into the soft needles of the smaller spruce, purring softly at the novelty. Suddenly, the truck engine roared back to life, a startling thunderclap in the crisp night. The driver, oblivious to his stowaway and mission accomplished, slammed his door shut. Gears ground loudly, metal protesting. Morag's head snapped up, green eyes wide. Before she could even consider leaping off, the monstrous vehicle lurched forward violently. She scrambled, claws scraping desperately on the cold metal, trying to grip anything. The smaller trees shifted and slid slightly as momentum took hold. Morag! Fox's sharp yelp cut through the engine's rumble, but it was too distant, too late. Isla's panicked low echoed faintly. The truck sped up, leaving the village hall and her bewildered friends shrinking rapidly behind her. The village lights vanished around a bend. Morag flattened herself low against a scratchy bark, wedged between 2 trunks, whiskers flattened by the rushing wind. Frosty fields blurred past under the pale moonlight. This adventure was certainly unexpected, but suddenly and very achingly, Morag felt alone. Usually her adventures, no matter how mad they'd ended up being, had been her doing, and she'd had her friends with her. But under the cold night sky, in the back of this speeding truck to goodness knows where, she missed her friends desperately. She missed Fox. She missed Isla. She missed all the other wonderful animals she called her bestest friends. Gammy the deer, Patch the cat, and all the other wee furry folk and beasties of Black Hill. But most of all, on this cold and starry night, she missed her Rose. Fox and Isla stared after the disappearing truck, its red tail lights winking mockingly down the frost-silenced lane. The stink of smoky diesel and pine needles lingered, sharp and unpleasant, against the clean air of the night. "Where did it?" Isla breathed, her fluffy head tilted in complete bewilderment. Fox flattened her ears, a low growl rumbling in her throat. "That confounded metal beast stole our Morag." Panic began to flutter beneath Isla's thick hide. "What do we do? We promised Rose we'd take care of her forever and ever and ever. I mean, she doesn't know that, but we've promised her inside." The barn suddenly felt leagues away, but Fox nudged the calf gently towards the shadows. "Home first. Thinking requires fewer frost-bitten hooves." The journey back felt longer, quieter even. The magic of the starlit, frosted fields had vanished, replaced by an anxious silence punctuated only by the heavy crunch of Isla's steps and Fox's soft padding. The barn welcomed them with its comforting smells, warm sheep wool, dry hay and dusty barley sacks, but they didn't feel quite as comforting as before. Fox paced atop the sacks, her reddish fur catching slivers of moonlight filtering through the cracks. "No way I could track that racket. And Morag, she's cleverer than a bucket full of badgers. She'll jump off as soon as it slows down, won't she?" The uncertainty hung thickly in the air. Isla shuffled miserably near the entrance, gazing towards the distant farmhouse. "Jump off? Onto what? A motorway? A cliff? A chip shop?" Her imagination painted increasingly alarming scenarios involving lorries, deep ravines, and suspiciously fragrant deep fat friars. Isla pressed her velvety nose against the barn door crack, peering towards Black Hill Farm. A solitary light glowed upstairs. Rose's window. Inside, Isla saw the girl moving, her silhouette small and restless against the warm yellow lamplight. Rose paced slowly, her movements sleepy but deliberate. She peered under the bedskirt, lifted a pillow, scanned the rocking chair. Her posture slumped slightly, a picture of confused concern. Isla watched, her own worry deepening, picturing Morag tucked safely away on a hearthrug that seemed continents away now. Oh, Fox. She can't find her the new, of course, but what about when she can't find her on Christmas morning? She'll be so sad. Fox, refusing to succumb to dread, stroked Isla softly on her fluffy wee head and looked deep into her eyes. Don't worry, hen. We'll sort this. I have an idea. I'll go and find some help. We're going to need a sled and a rescue party. So just you keep an eye on Rose for the time being. She'll appreciate the company, even if she doesn't know you're out here. I'll be back soon. And just like that, Fox vanished into the moonlit paddock like smoke. Her form flowed silently past lumbering sheep mounds and frost-etched fence posts. She headed for the cluster of ancient oak trees bordering the west pasture. Isla thought to herself, a sled? Like Santa's big sled? She really hoped Fox would find help, for Isla felt a little helpless. But nevertheless, Isla did as Fox instructed, and kept a watchful eye on Rose through the barn door, doing her best to transmit or conduct or wish for as much warmth and cuddles and love into Rose's arms as she could possibly conjure, even if she had none left for herself. That was just Isla doing as Isla did. Meanwhile, high above the frozen expanse of Canada's northern wilderness, Santa's sleigh carved a silent arc through the ink-black sky. The reindeer team surged forward with powerful, rhythmic strides, their breath freezing instantly into shimmering trails that caught the magical starlight. Below, the endless white landscape stretched like a crumpled quilt, broken only by dark patches of forest and the occasional frozen lake gleaming like a shard of dropped obsidian. Santa leaned back against the worn leather seat, the familiar creak a comforting counterpoint to the whoosh of wind past the runners. He patted the smooth wood beside him. "Steady as she goes, Prancer," he murmured, though only the deer could hear the quiet confidence in his tone. "That thermos of Mrs. Claus's cocoa is calling our names. Hey! Strong enough to melt the ice caps, bless her." He chuckled away to himself, adjusting his spectacles as he scanned the horizon for the next cluster of twinkling cottage lights. One gloved hand dipped into the seemingly bottomless sack beside him, a feat of magical logistics that still occasionally surprised him after all these centuries. He pulled out a weathered scroll, its edges softened by time and countless journeys. Unfurling it gently against his knee, his eyes danced down the meticulously inked columns. "Ah, young Timothy Abernethy," he mused aloud, his voice barely louder than the sigh of the wind through the reindeer's harnesses. "He requested 3 tubs of industrial strength tangy Haribo sweets. Bold choice, lad." He tapped the scroll thoughtfully. "Suppose we best include that dentist appointment voucher Mrs. Claus typed up for you. Clever lass, anticipating all inevitable sticky catastrophes, that woman. Couldn't do without her." His finger traced further down again. "Eloise Chang. Now, what's she after? Miniature astrophysics lab." He grinned, picturing the intricate constellation projector the North Pole Workshop elves had crafted. "Blimey, kids must be getting smarter these days. The things they are after, eh, Rudolph? We'll need to make sure that nebula simulator doesn't short-circuit the neighbour's toaster again, eh?" He made a tiny, invisible tick mark beside her name with his thumb. The crisp Arctic air carried the faintest scent of woodland sap, drifting up from the boreal forests far below, mingling pleasantly with the familiar leather and frost smell of the sleigh. Santa scanned the endless white expanse, spotting the distant town of North Bay, Ontario. His gaze drifted back to the list, a comforting rhythm settling in. He chuckled softly to himself as he did so. Jasper Peterson, still firmly on the nice list, bless him. Asking for socks that miraculously repel muddy paws. He patted the sack fondly with a knowing nod. Managed something waterproof, furry-proof, and featuring tiny embroidered badgers.
Hope Mrs. Peterson appreciates the dry floors now.
He then frowned slightly, adjusting his spectacles.
Now, the Henderson twins. Technically naughty for that incident with the garden gnomes and the treacle. However, their apology carrot cake to their dear mother was exceptionally moist.
He leaned back, stroking his beard.
Perhaps leniency with a side of gnome repair kits and or cleaning wipes. What do you think? Balanced ledger, Prancer. Balanced ledger.
The sleigh banked gently over Sleeping Giant Provincial Park, its slow, snow-draped ridges resembling a slumbering titan under the stars. Rudolph's nose cast a warm, rosy glow across the icy treetops below, illuminating silent owls perched like feathered watchers of the night. Santa hummed a jaunty, wordless tune, the melody carried away by the wind whistling past the sleigh runners.
Next stop. Looks like our wee bonny Scotland. Always my favourite time of the night. Go, Dasher, Dancer, Prancer and Vixen! Away we go, Comet, Cupid, Donner and Blitzen! Lead the way, Rudolph!
All was calm, all was bright. The familiar rhythm of Christmas Eve magic thrumming through the frosty air. All except for Morag the cat and Rose, who, unbeknownst to both her and Santa Claus, was only a few hours away from waking up to her best friend being missing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity rattling over frost-heaved roads, the lumbering truck shuddered to a halt. Morag peered cautiously through a gap in the bundled trees. They'd arrived at a sprawling garden centre nestled on the outskirts of a slumbering town. Its vast greenhouses, dark and silent under the stars. The scent of resin intensified as burly men began unloading the trees, grunting and manoeuvring trolleys across the crunchy gravel yard. Seizing her moment, Morag slithered down the truck's cold metal flank like liquid ginger, landing silently in the shadow of a towering rhododendron bush. She watched the men carry the majestic spruces towards a festive display area, then vanished into the welcoming gloom of a covered entranceway draped with jolly holly garlands and warm patio heaters, which still retained a bit of the heat from the earlier day. Though in spite of this, the lingering chill bit deeper here in the shadows, away from the truck's idling engine warmth. Morag tucked her paws tightly beneath her, seeking refuge behind a stack of terracotta pots, smelling a little like the damp clay they were made of. Her breath misted the air as she scanned the empty courtyard. Then a tiny rustle echoed from beneath a nearby display of frost-dusted poinsettias. Several pairs of bright, jet-black eyes appeared, followed by the emergence of 3 plump mice, their grey fur sleek and well-groomed. They regarded the stranger with polite curiosity, noses twitching delicately, whiskers shimmering slightly in the dim light reflected from distant street lamps. Morag, despite the cold and the distance from home, couldn't help but feel the flicker of amusement at their orderly appearance. She stretched slowly, projecting a calmness she didn't entirely feel, and began grooming a paw meticulously. The mice watched this ritual with quiet interest, using subtle shifts of her tail, expressive tilts of her head, and soft, meaningful blinks. Morag conveyed her tale. The sudden truck ride, the bewildering journey away from familiar fields and barns, the deep ache for Rose and her frantic friends left behind. Her posture, usually regally upright, sagged slightly at the memory, conveying vulnerability without a single meow. The trio of mice exchanged rapid glances, whiskers twitching silently. One nudged a small, frost-crisped leaf towards Morag, a tiny offering. Then, with synchronized efficiency, they scurried into motion. The plumpest mouse took the lead, darting confidently between displays of ceramic reindeer and coiled hoses smelling faintly of rubber. Another kept pace beside Morag, pausing frequently to ensure the disoriented cat was following. The third brought up the rear, whiskers vigilant. They moved like a furry, well-rehearsed escort through the quiet garden centre. The rather wonderful smell of tree mulch deepened as they passed stacked bags, mingling with the cold tang of metal shelving. Morag felt the gravel shift softly beneath her paws, then to smooth tarmac as they slipped beneath a low gate. Emerging onto a deserted high street felt jarringly vast after the enclosed garden centre. Frost glistened on cobblestones, and lampposts cast long, lonely pools of yellow light onto pavements striped with crisp shadows. The mice led Morag past darkened shop windows. A bakery, smelling faintly of yesterday's bread. The butchers with cheerful painted sausages on the sign. The newsagent festooned with garish posters promising holiday bargains. The air was bitingly cold, carrying distant hints of chimney smoke and the briny, salty smell of the sea that wasn't all too far away, she supposed. The lead mouse paused beside a frosty stone bench near the village war memorial. It gestured emphatically with its tiny pink nose towards the centerpiece. The enormous, newly erected Christmas tree standing proud in the square, its pine scent strong even here, even stronger still than those in the bed of the truck. Fairy lights blinked sporadically where they hadn't been properly secured. This, the mouse seemed to convey with its whole tiny posture, was the landmark where her friends would surely look, should they come to find her. Morag dipped her head low, her ginger fur ruffled by icy breeze. She touched her nose gently to each mouse's tiny head in silent, profound gratitude. The trio blinked, whiskers trembling with pride, then vanished like grey vapour back into the shadowy gap beneath a nearby bookshop door, leaving Morag utterly alone against the immense backdrop of the quiet square sprinkled in soft fairy light glow. She sighed. A small puff of mist. The tree loomed, magnificent, yet somehow terribly lonely without Fox's commentary or Isla's thrilled gasps. A profound pang of homesickness washed over her. She missed the gentle rasp of Fox grooming her head, or the solid warmth of Isla leaning against her, the comforting, thrumming purr she always reserved for Rose. Then a wave of warmth washed over the frosty air. The heavy oak doors of the village church swung wide, releasing a tide of villagers bundled in thick coats and scarves. They spilled onto the cobbled square, forming a cheerful circle around the towering tree. Laughter mingled with the crunch of footsteps on frozen ground. One man struck a tuning fork with a clear, pure ping that seemed to hang in the crystalline air. The crowd stilled, breaths misting in unison, and softly, almost hesitantly, their voices rose into the frosty night. The melody curled upwards, wrapping around Morag like a warm woolen blanket she hadn't known she needed. The sound was rich and layered, like that of warm wool, cinnamon dust, and candle smoke. It filled the square, pushing back the vast emptiness she felt. The pure and harmonious sound washed over her, finding the cold, lonely place inside and warming it slowly, like morning sun thawing the frost. Drawn irresistibly by the shared warmth and the melody's embrace, Morag padded silently forward on velvet paws, weaving through forest green trouser legs and thick knitted skirts. She stopped just outside the circle, gazing up at the singers lit by the trees' twinkling lights and the soft glow spilling from the church windows. A woman near the edge, her cheeks rosy from the cold and the singing, noticed the small ginger cat gazing upwards. Her eyes softened instantly, crinkling at the corners. She interrupted her own caroling with a gentle chuckle, bending down without breaking the rhythm of the hymn.
Well, hello there, wee wanderer,
she murmured, her voice barely audible above the rising chorus. Before Morag could even twitch a whisker in surprise, strong, gentle hands scooped her up, lifting her from the cold cobbles. The sudden warmth of the woman's woolen coat against her fur was blissful. Then, with a flourish and a hearty laugh that echoed the carolers' spirits, the woman plucked a bright red hat with a fluffy white bauble from her own pocket.
Aha! Just the very thing for our little choir mascot.
The scrunched hat was placed snugly, perhaps a little lopsidedly, upon Morag's head, the bauble bouncing cheerfully above her perplexed green eyes. The woman beamed, holding Morag aloft slightly for the singers nearby to see.
There now, look lively, everyone. The real spirit of Christmas has graced our humble village square.
Her proclamation was met with delighted chuckles and murmurs of approval rippling through the choir. Morag blinked, momentarily stunned. The hat felt ridiculous, scratchy against her ears, the bauble wobbling with every tiny movement, but somehow she felt an immediate urge to start batting it, but she resisted. Ridiculous, yes, but warm, absolutely. The scratchy wool muffled the worst of the icy breeze. Around her, the carolers' voices swelled again. Their collective warmth radiated outwards, enveloping her like a thick jumper stolen from a radiator. Then out of nowhere, the skies above gave way to the gentlest of snowfall. Fat flakes catching the fairy lights and glittering like sequins as they drifted down onto her ginger fur and the ridiculous bauble hat. Despite the absurdity of her attire and the lingering ache for Rose, Morag felt an unexpected wave of contentment wash over her. For a few precious moments, nestled in the crook of the woman's arm amidst the voices and the falling snow, Morag wasn't a lost cat. She was simply there, bathed in the communal glow of the season. The woman hummed along, her thumb rhythmically stroking between Morag's ears beneath the hat's edge, adding another layer of unexpected comfort. After the final notes faded, the crowd dispersed slowly, exchanging hushed greetings and shuffling off towards warm houses which smelled of that evening's roast dinners and other festive treats. The woman herself deposited Morag gently back onto the frosty cobbles near the church wall, chuckling softly as she adjusted the lopsided hat. "There you go, wee soldier. Right, be off home with you now. You have yourself a very Merry Christmas." Before Morag could even muster a protest, the woman vanished into the departing throng. Left alone once more, Morag sniffed the air. The glorious scent of something rich and fishy suddenly teased her nostrils. Discarded remnants of someone's pre-carol supper, perhaps? The aroma led her to a discreetly placed cardboard box tucked beside the church's stone buttresses. She prized it open with a paw, and inside, nestled amidst crumpled paper smelling faintly of vinegar, lay treasure, a generous portion of cold, flaky haddock, a few crispy chips, and a dollop of mushy peas. A proper fish supper. Result. At that point, Morag was absolutely certain that Santa had read her letter. Magical it was, this fortuitous feast. She tucked in gratefully, the fish dissolving deliciously on her tongue, momentarily banishing thoughts of geography and logistics. The bobble hat, absurdly perched atop her head, bobbed gently as she ate. She even gave the mushy peas a good go. Not usual for your typical cat. Licking her lips, belly nice and full, thankfully, she padded into the square, gazing up at the shining star atop the tree. She wished more than anything to be home, safe and sound, but honestly had no idea what to do next. And so she wished, and she wished, and she wished upon the star. Not just any star, but the star atop the tree, the star which twinkled bright in the glittery, fluffy, snowy night. But then something strange and vaguely magical seemed to happen. The golden twinkle of the star began to glow. The glow began to grow. A bright red glow. Santa's sleigh descended towards the village square like a silent, frost-kissed feather, Rudolph's nose bathing the cobbles in a warm and rosy blush. The reindeer touched down with practiced grace, their hooves scarcely scraping the frost-dusted stones. Santa, already scanning his scroll for the next chimney, paused mid-unfurl. His snowy eyebrows shot up towards his fur-trimmed hat rim. There, directly beneath the glittering Christmas tree, sat a small, decisively festive ginger cat. But not just any cat. This one wore a bright red bobble hat perched lopsidedly atop its head, just like his own, in fact. The fluffy white pom-pom wobbling absurdly with every twitch of an ear. Recognition dawned slowly, then hit him like a rogue Snowball. Morag, of Black Hill Farm, Rose's cherished companion. But what in the name of chocolate orange cocoa was she doing here, miles from her Highland hearth, sporting headgear more suited to a tipsy elf, or himself, for that matter?
Good heavens, you wee soul, Morag! What are you doing out here in the snow, so far away from home? I've not even got yourself on the rose yet.
He let out a low chuckle, the sound puffing into the frigid air. This was a delightful, bewildering curveball in the usually predictable flight plan. Setting aside Timothy Abernethy's fizzy Haribo Conundrum, Santa leaned forward, adjusting his spectacles for a clearer look. Morag looked up, her green eyes wide and startled in Rudolph's gentle glow, a slightly damp whisker still flecked with a stray of mushy pea. He noted the faint scent of fish supper clinging to her fur, mixing oddly with pine and the icy cold. The sheer improbability of it. A Scottish farm cat turned accidental choir mascot, clearly, adrift in a foreign square, tickled his merry spirit, so it did. It was a scene brimming with gentle absurdity, far removed from mere jam volcanoes or jig-dancing coups, yet utterly perfect nonetheless. Morag froze for a heartbeat. Then recognition sparked brighter than the tree lights. This bearded, rosy-cheeked figure radiating warmth and familiarity wasn't some ordinary villager. It was him, the big man, the bringer of warmth and cheer, the deliverer of dream sparkles and, well, fish suppers. With a squeak that wasn't quite a meow, she launched herself forward, a blur of ginger fur and bouncing bobble. Her paws landed lightly on the worn leather of his boot. Instantly a rumbling purr erupted from her chest, loud enough to rival the distant chimes of the village clock striking midnight. She rubbed her cheek fiercely against the coarse red fabric of his trousers, her entire small body vibrating with utter relief and adoration. She knew then, deep in her fish supper satisfied belly, that everything was going to be absolutely, wonderfully fine. The terrifying truck ride, the bewildering darkness of the garden centre, the lonely cobbles, it all faded beneath the immense, comforting presence of Christmas incarnate. One enormous, gentle hand scooped her up effortlessly, hat and all, lifting her to eye level. Her ridiculous pom-pom bobbed wildly. Santa's kind eyes, twinkling like chips of glacier ice, held hers.
Lost whiskers and found hats, have we? Farther from home than a snowflake in July, so you are. I've got a few houses that I need to visit here, so I won't be long. But then we can go about getting you safely back. How about that, wee Morag?
Then, as if on cue, something caught their eyes. A sled, decidedly homemade and wobbling slightly, emerged from the lane beside the butcher's shop. Pulling it with surprising determination was Isla, the baby calf, her shaggy ginger coat dusted with snow and steam puffing from her nostrils in determined little clouds. Beside her, gamely leaning into the harness straps, trotted none other than Gammy the wee deer, her knobbly knees protesting only slightly. Riding the sled, clinging to its rough wooden rails with paws and claws, were Fox and Morag's dear friend, the white and brown tomcat named Patch, his fur slightly askew from the frantic journey. Fox grinned, her tongue lolling.
Told you we'd find her, Patch.
Saw Rudolph's nose glow clear across 3 fields. Knew that had to mean trouble, or, well, Christmas, Isla began to bound wildly at the sight of Morag, which sent the sled and the others with it this way and that as they tried to keep the sled, which Rose and her dad made, pointing upright.
Morag! Oh my goodness, I was so worried we'd lost you.
We began following the tracks of the truck. Then it started snowing, and we lost them.
But thank heavens we saw Rudolph's nose.
Morag's purr bubbled louder than a boiling kettle as Isla's floppy ears bounced wildly towards her, dragging the sled like a furry tugboat captain navigating festive rapids. Fox bounded ahead, skidding to a halt beside Santa's boot with a triumphant smirk.
Managed to steer this slot here without Isla mistaking a lamppost for a giant carrot.
She panted proudly, her tail held high. Santa, bewildered and bamboozled, looked down upon these animal pals with the biggest smile on his face. The fox appeared to be yapping something up at him, but of course he didn't understand her. He'd witnessed some magical things in his years, but nothing quite as magical and strange as this eclectic crew coming to the rescue of a cat. Nay, Morag the cat, no less. Patch wobbled off the sled, shaky-legged but grinning.
By the looks of you, seems like you've joined a travelling circus,
he chirped, eyeing Morag's bobbly Santa hat. Gammy limped forwards, head low and modest.
It's so good to see you, Morag. As soon as I heard, I was right there.
I may not be as fast as Santa's reindeer, but somebody had to give Isla a hand. Gammy winked, watching Isla still prancing about in glee. Morag nudged each friend fiercely with her nose, lingering longest on Isla's warm, hay-scented flank. Home wasn't a place. It was this chaotic, whiskered, hooved constellation gathered under Rudolph's rosy spotlight. Santa chuckled, a sound like distant sleigh bells muffled in velvet. He gestured towards the bulging sacks nestled in his sleigh.
Well, whilst you're all here and keen as beans, what say yous all give me a wee hand delivering the presents, eh?
He tossed Morag a miniature sack patterned with tiny embroidered fish bones. Fox received one adorned with cunning foxglove flowers. Patch a tartan-patched pouch. Isla a sturdy canvas sack smelling like the malted barley she loved so much. And Gammy a soft velvet one, smelling of her own meadow flowers.
Right, off we trot, team. Isla, Gammy, don't ask me how I seem to know your names, I just do. You two seem to know your way around a harness. we'll need some hoof power. The rest of you, in yous pop.
What followed was a whirlwind of whispered paws, muffled hooves, and surprisingly efficient teamwork. With Gammy and Isla proudly, if slightly wobbly, taking the reins beneath Rudolph's approving guidance, the sleigh lifted off with astonishing grace. It skimmed rooftops like a ghostly leaf, depositing Santa, Morag, Fox and Patch onto snowy chimneys with precision. Down the chimneys they slithered, Santa moving with familiar ease, all the while hoovering up the mince pies, brandy and milk, whilst Morag tucked her bobble hat low to avoid soot smudges as best she could. Fox, naturally stealthy, vanished into darkened corners to deposit her foxglove sack gifts with silent aplomb. Patch, navigating unfamiliar parlours with cautious dignity, favoured placing tartan-patched parcels beside slumbering terriers or beneath ticking grandfather clocks. Morag, guided by pure instinct and her fishbone sack, favoured hearths, leaving her fishbone packages radiating warmth near the glowing embers for sleepy children to discover. She padded past stockings bulging with oranges and walnuts, depositing hers with a delicate thump beside a snoozing spaniel who merely twitched but did not wake. The quiet rhythm of the deliveries was punctuated only by Santa's soft chuckles and the muffled echoes of distant carols drifting through frosted window panes. Over sleeping villages and frost-locked farms they swept, the night air biting crisp, yet filled with peace. Rudolph's nose cast its reassuring ruby pool over snowy gardens, illuminating frozen bird baths and lonely park benches. As the last parcel disappeared beneath a tiny fir tree decorated with painted pine cones, Santa sighed contentedly, patting the now smaller sacks beside him. The eastern horizon held the faintest blush of pre-dawn light, painting the snowy rooftops pearly grey and rose. Below, the world lay hushed and expectant. Gammy leaned against Isla for warmth, her breath frosting gently. The reindeer stamped their hooves softly on the rooftop tiles, and Santa, stroking Morag's head beneath her hat, gazed, resting on every weary, triumphant face. Fox with a smear of soot on her nose, Patch meticulously smoothing his ruffled fur once again, and Isla blinking sleepily yet proudly. Gammy radiating quiet satisfaction.
Well now, that's the last stocking stuffed. and the final mince pie sampled. Well, for now at least. Thank you all for helping me and the reindeer. You've all done a sensational job. The best Christmas Eve team I've certainly ever witnessed. Now, what say we get you all home and pay Rose a wee visit?
The sleigh dipped low over Blackhill Farm as dawn threatened to paint the highlands in streaks of apricot and lavender. Rudolph's glow faded gently, replaced by the soft, pearly light spilling over snow-laden heather and the familiar slate roof. Gammy and Isla touched down with delicacy on the frosted front lawn, the homemade sled bumping softly behind them. Santa whisked Morag from the sleigh basket, her bobble hat miraculously still perched askew above wide but weary eyes. Fox leapt nimbly down, shaking dew from her fur, whilst Patch stretched luxuriously before nudging Gammy's shoulder in quiet teamwork thanks. Inside the farmhouse, Rose stirred, eyes pinging open in excitement as soon as she realized Christmas Day. Pulling her thick dressing gown tight against the morning chill, she padded barefoot downstairs, drawn by an unusual stillness, and perhaps a faint, lingering scent of warm fur and Christmas tree sap. She blinked sleep from her eyes as she pushed open the kitchen door. There, bathed in the golden light streaming through the window, stood Santa Claus himself, dwarfing the sturdy oak table. Around him clustered her beloved animals, Morag purring fiercely against his boot, Fox wagging her tail like a metronome, Patch grooming a stray bit of soot from his paw, Gammy leaning placidly against the doorframe, and Isla, utterly starry-eyed, gazing up at the legendary visitor with an expression of pure bovine adoration. A half-eaten mince pie sat beside a steaming mug of cocoa on the table. Rose froze, one hand still on the doorknob, her breath catching in a cloud of disbelief.
Merry Christmas, Rose. How wonderful to see you again. I'm sorry I'm visiting a little later than I'd planned, but I ran into some friends of yours. These lot have done a wonderful thing tonight, and I imagine your wee pal Morag is most thankful for them.
Rose's eyes darted from Santa's rosy cheeks to Morag's ridiculous hat, then to the triumphant, dirt-smudged faces of Fox, Patch, Isla, and Gammy. A choked gasp escaped her, followed by a delighted squeal that startled a sleepy pigeon on the windowsill. She flung herself forward, not bothering with words. First, she scooped up Morag, burying her face in the cat's fish-scented fur and scratchy wool of the hat. "Morag, oh you wee silly Billy," she whispered, tears of relief mixing with laughter. Then she hugged Fox fiercely around the neck. "Clever Fox, clever, clever Fox." Ruffled Patch's fur. "You brave soul, you." Pressed her cheek to Gammy's soft nose. "My little wonder fawn." And finally flung her arms around Isla's sturdy neck, nearly knocking the calf off her snowy hooves. "My little gentle giant." The kitchen filled with purrs, happy grunts, and Isla's muffled, joyful against Rose's dressing gown. Santa watched, eyes twinkling brighter than ever before.
Now, Rose, I believe I promised you some extra luxurious cocoa.
He chuckled, pulling out a chair that, miraculously, didn't groan under his weight. Soon, after the click of a finger, 2 steaming mugs sat on the table. One filled with rich, dark cocoa sprinkled with cinnamon, which was Rose's. The other brimming with creamy, orange-infused warmth, Santa's. He took a hearty bite of another homemade mince pie. Who's keeping count? Crumbs dusting his beard like snowflakes.
Perfection. It doesn't get any better than this. Nearly as good as Mrs. Claus's. But don't you tell her I said that.
He winked, popping the rest of the pie into his mouth, whilst Rose sipped her cocoa, her eyes wide, still trying to grasp the impossible scene. Santa Claus, once again, drinking cocoa in her kitchen. If you'd have told her this would happen but a couple of years ago, she would have never believed you. Soon, it was time for Santa to leave before the day got too bright. So Rose went outside to greet and stroke all of the reindeer before he hopped back in his sleigh and shot off into the sky with a stream of icy snow crystals in his wake. Rose and all of her furry friends watched on before retreating back into the cosy warmth of Black Hill Farm cottage. After such a long night filled with adventure, it wasn't long before Morag and her Rose were curled up in their favourite squishy chair by the fire, dozing as happy as could be. Oh, and of course, Gammy the deer, Patch the cat, Fox the fox, and Isla the baby Highland cow were all there too, just as curled up, just as happy, and just as cosy on that merry Christmas morning. Now, whose job would it be to gift Isla some flying goggles for next year?
Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas, everyone! Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night! Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas! Ho, 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 ho! Ho, ho, ho!
Every Who down in Whoville liked Christmas a lot, but the Grinch, who lived just north of Whoville, did not. The Grinch hated Christmas, the whole Christmas season. Now, please don't ask why. No one quite knows the reason. It could be his head wasn't screwed on just right, or it could be, perhaps, that his shoes were too tight. But I think that the most likely reason of all may have been that his heart was 2 sizes too small. Whatever the reason, his heart or his shoes, he stood there on Christmas Eve, hating the Whos, staring down from his cave with a sour, grinchy frown at the warm lighted windows below in their town. For he knew every Who down in Whoville beneath was busy now hanging a mistletoe wreath.
And they're hanging their stockings,
He snarled with a sneer.
Tomorrow is Christmas. It's practically here.
Then he growled, with his Grinch fingers nervously drumming.
I must find some way to stop Christmas from coming.
For tomorrow, he knew, all the Who girls and boys would wake bright and early. They'd rush for their toys. And then, oh the noise, 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 noise. That's the one thing he hated. The noise.
Noise, noise, noise.
Then the Whos, young and old, would sit down to a feast. And they'd feast, and they'd feast.
And they'd feast, 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 feast.
They would feast on Who pudding, and rare Who roast beast, which was something the Grinch couldn't stand in the least. And then they'd do something he'd liked least of all. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, would stand close together with Christmas bells ringing. They'd stand hand in hand, and the Whos would start singing. They'd sing, and they'd sing, and they'd sing.
They would sing, and they would sing, and they would sing.
And the more the Grinch thought of this Who Christmas sing, the more the Grinch thought,
I must stop this whole thing. Why, for 53 years I have put up with this now. I must stop this Christmas from coming. But how?
Then he got an idea. An awful idea. The Grinch got a wonderful, awful idea.
I know just what to do.
The Grinch laughed in his throat, and he made a quick Santa Claus hat and a coat, and he chuckled and clucked.
What a great Grinchy trick! With this coat and this hat, I look just like Saint Nick. All I need is a reindeer.
The Grinch looked around. But since reindeer are scarce, there was none to be found. Did that stop the old Grinch? No. The Grinch simply said,
If I can't find a reindeer, I'll make one instead.
So he called his dog Max. Then he took some red thread, and he tied a big horn on the top of his head. Then he loaded some bags and some old empty sacks on a ramshackle sleigh, and he hitched up old Max. Then the Grinch said,
Giddy up!
And the sleigh started down towards the homes where the Whos lay a snooze in their town. All their windows were dark, quiet snow filled the air. All the Whos were all dreaming sweet dreams without care. When he came to the first little house on the square.
This is stop number 1.
The old Grinchy Claus hissed, and he climbed to the roof, empty bags in his fist. Then he slid down the chimney, a rather tight pinch. But if Santa could do it, then so could the Grinch. He only got stuck the once for a moment or two. Then he stuck his head out of the fireplace flue, where the little Who stockings all hung in a row.
These stockings
He grinned.
are the first things to go.
Then he slithered and slunk with a smile most unpleasant around the whole room, and he took every present. Pop guns and bicycles, roller skates, drums, checkerboards, tricycles, popcorn and plums. And he stuffed them in bags. Then the Grinch, very nimbly, stuffed all the bags, one by one, up the chimney. Then he slunk to the icebox. He took the Who's feast. He took the Who pudding. He took the roast beast. He cleaned out that icebox as quick as a flash. Why, that Grinch even took their last can of Who hash. Then he stuffed all the food up the chimney with glee.
And now
Grinned the Grinch.
I will stuff up the tree.
And the Grinch grabbed the tree and he started to shove, when he heard a small sound like the coo of a dove. He turned around fast and he saw a small Who. Little Cindy Lou who was no more than 2. The Grinch had been caught by this tiny Who daughter, who'd got out of bed for a cup of cold water. She stared at the Grinch and said, "Santa Claus, why? Why are you taking our Christmas tree? Why?" But you know, that old Grinch was so smart and so slick. He thought up a lie, and he thought it up quick.
Why, my sweet little tot,
The fake Santa Claus lied.
there's a light on this tree that won't light on one side. So I'm taking it home to my workshop, my dear. I'll fix it up there. Then I'll bring it back here.
And his fib fooled the child. Then he patted her head, and he got her a drink, and he sent her to bed. And when Cindy Lou Who went to bed with her cup, he went to the chimney and stuffed the tree up. Then the last thing he took was the log for their fire. Then he went up the chimney himself, the old liar. On their walls he left nothing but hooks and some wire. And the one speck of food that he left in the house was a crumb that was even too small for a mouse. Then he did the same thing to the other Who houses, leaving crumbs much too small for the other Who's mouses. It was 1/4 past dawn. All the Who's still abed. All the Who's still a snooze when he packed up his sled. Packed it up with their presents, the ribbons, the wrappings, the tags and the tinsel, the trimmings and the trappings. 3,000 feet up the side of Mount Crumpet, he rode with his load to the tip-top to dump it.
Pooh-pooh to the Who's,
He was grinchiously humming.
They're finding out now that no Christmas is coming. They're just waking up. I know just what they'll do. Their mouths will hang open a minute or two. Then the Who's down in Whoville will all cry, boo-hoo. Now that is a noise
Grinned the Grinch.
that I simply must hear.
So he paused, and the Grinch put his hand to his ear. And he did hear a sound rising over the snow. It started in low. Then it started to grow. But the sound wasn't sad. Why, this sound sounded merry. It couldn't be so. But it was merry. Very. He stared down at Whoville. The Grinch popped his eyes. Then he shook. What he saw was a shocking surprise. Every Who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, was singing without any presents at all. He hadn't stopped Christmas from coming. It came. Somehow or another, it came just the same. And the Grinch, with his Grinch feet ice cold in the snow, stood puzzling and puzzling.
How could it be so? It came without ribbons. It came without tags. It came without packages, boxes, or bags.
And he puzzled 3 hours till his puzzler was sore. Then the Grinch thought of something he hadn't before.
Maybe Christmas
He thought.
doesn't come from a store. Maybe Christmas, perhaps, means a little bit more.
And what happened then? Well, in Whoville they say that the Grinch's small heart grew 3 sizes that day. And the minute his heart didn't feel quite so tight, he whizzed with his load through the bright morning light. And he brought back the toys and the food for the feast. And he himself, the Grinch, carved the roast beast. The festive season is upon us, and with it comes glee. From good food, joyous laughter, and decorating the tree. But this Christmas was different for one girl on this eve. For the thing she valued most had to miss her and leave. But the Father of Christmas truly knows that love does prevail above all else, like a hand from above. So enjoy this sweet tale about a family and their man. Now lie back and take a deep breath. Welcome to Snooze with Sam. There was not a moment to lose, for it had been a long year of preparation, and it was time to make haste. As far as he could tell, everything was in place and packed as efficiently as possible. The reindeer were shackled and rearing to go. The huge sack filled with gifts was secured and stable, and the sleigh was a sight to behold. He stood there, hands on his plump waist, admiring everything before him. He was as proud and joyous as anyone could possibly have been, and with a glint in his eye, he felt an immense rush of excitement and anticipation at the long night ahead. Far, far into the North Pole, on a chilly Christmas Eve, a light blizzard blew across the soft and glistening snow underfoot. The night sky shone with 1,000 twinkling stars, and a sliver of a moon could be seen through wispy clouds. Thinking carefully, whilst stroking his big white beard, from out of an open door of a warm wooden chalet, shuffling through the snow towards him, was Mrs. Claus, wrapped up all cosy to keep out the cold.
Is everything all right, Santa? Do you need anything else before you go?
Oh no, my darling. You've done more than enough as it is. Honestly, I don't know what I'd do without you.
Santa Claus spun on the spot and rushed over to Mrs. Claus, sweeping her clean off her feet in a spinning frenzy of giggles. She embraced him and snuggled into his huge red coat. She smiled up at him, eyes glinting under the starlight.
Now, are you sure? You see, last year you nearly forgot your specs, and that would have been no use at all, because you wouldn't have been able to see where you were going.
Right enough, dear, but I think we've got everything we need, and we're ready to go, all thanks to you.
Got your hat?
Aye, it's on my head.
Remember to lift the flask of tea.
Wouldn't forget that. Absolute travel essentials.
Keys and wallet?
Aye, there in the glove box.
Did you pack the sandwiches I made you?
Aye, I did indeed. Emergency cheese sandwiches to be had only in the event of a global mince pie shortage.
Santa Claus patted his belly with certitude, to which Mrs. Claus nodded gently with approval.
Are the reindeers all well? How's Dasher's foot? He stubbed his hoof on the gate the other day.
Both Mr. and Mrs. Claus spun around to admire the deer. The Eclectic Eight, that's what they called them. With such a range of characters, requirements, and causes of tantrum, there really was nothing else to call them as a group. The 2 rows of 4 were lined out perfectly, reins and holsters keeping them arranged. They all looked both majestic and resolute. At the back, there were Clumsy Dasher and Dancer, then Prancer and Vixen, followed by Cupid and Donner, and finally Blitzen and Rudolph, with his shiny red nose leading the entourage. They bucked a little, straining at the reins, fully fed, watered, and keen to take to the air. That much was obvious. They grunted and groaned, evidently giving Santa Claus the hurry-up.
They'll be fine, my dear. I'll look after them and they'll look after me. They have done for many years, and there'll be no change there if I've got anything to do with it.
Okay then, what about your lists? Are they safe?
Santa reached into his back pocket and withdrew a couple of neatly folded letters. He supposed that there was little else to do than run through the list one more time for good measure. Mrs. Claus pulled out her own checklist to cross-reference, and so Santa proceeded to peer down his rosy nose, holding a list labelled Extra Wonderful and Generous at arm's length, to try and get a focus on the small writing.
My, this list seems to grow more and more every year, which is a good thing, I suppose. Right. Keep me right, Mrs. Claus. Here I have Aaliyah, Alison, Elle, Alison, Alyssa, Andrea, Anessa, Ari, Barbara, Brunt, Candy, Carol, Caroline, Carol, Celia, Christine T, Christine Y, Christy, Cindy, Connor, Dale, D, Deborah, Diane I, Diane W, Drew Shark, and Dr. Connie. Blimey, that's not even the half of it. There have been so many incredibly wonderful and generous boys and girls this year. Have you got Ellie, Elsmith, Gadget, Hecky, Isabel, Jamie, J.A., Jan, D, J, Jen, Jennifer, Jessica, Jodine, Julie B, Julie C, Caitlin, Karen F, Karen E, Karen M, Carly, Kathleen F, Kathleen K, Kathleen S.M, Kelly, Chris, Lara Stella, Laurie Beach, and Lou.
Aye, they're all there. Isn't this wonderful, Santa? There's so many amazing people in this world.
Well, Hen, we're not done yet. Next we have Maria, Melanie, Melissa B, Melissa R, Megan, Michelle, Molly, Olivia, Pepper, Petra, Rachel, Randy, Rebecca B, Rebecca F, Rebecca N, Rick, Scott, Shayna Ann, Sunny, Sue Ellen, Tara L, Tara M, Teresa, Terry, Teresa B, Tracy L, and White Roses. Oh, that's everyone, I think. It's going to be a busy night, and I can't wait to get started.
Well, I'll not keep you back any longer. Just please be safe and come home soon.
I will, dear, I promise. I love you dearly.
I love you too, my cuddly wee Santa.
With one final embrace, Santa Claus about turned and strode across to the sleigh, where the reindeer were waiting patiently. He had one big black boot inside the sleigh when he began patting his jacket and trousers, then turned back towards the cabin.
Oh, sugar. Mrs. Claus, my specs. I nearly forgot them again.
They're on your head.
He fumbled a gloved hand around on his hat, feeling for his spectacles, which he eventually found, stowing them safely in his top pocket.
Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, my darling. That's why I married you.
And so, finally, Santa Claus climbed into his sleigh and checked everything one final time. He glanced back across to the love of his life, who had since been joined by dozens of happy wee elves who'd come out to wave him off before, whispering to his reindeer. In an instant, their eyes lit up with glee, and before he even had a chance to steady himself, Santa and his sleigh were launched across the snow at pace. barely hanging on and laughing hysterically to himself, he pulled firmly back on the reins and soared the reindeer into the night sky. A trail of glittering snow leapt from the runners, and beneath the moonlight a curtain of sparkles glistened above Mrs. Claus and the elves. Santa circled the sleigh, rejoicing in the harmony that existed between him and his reindeer, watching his wonderful team down on the snow. He waved a final wave down below and shot off into the Christmas night. At Christmas, those we love don't go away. They walk beside us every day, unseen, unheard, but always near. So loved, so missed, so very dear. Bedtime usually came far too early for most children, but things tended to be different on Christmas Eve. At least, that is exactly what Rose usually felt, as her mum gently ushered her into her bed, helping her settle down for the night on a stormy, blizzarding Black Hill farm in snowy, rural Scotland. Rose normally couldn't wait to get to sleep, because the sooner she could sleep, the sooner Santa Claus would visit, and the sooner Christmas Day would come. And she adored Christmas Day. She loved waking up early, eyes bright and full of glee, and running across to the fireplace where she'd left out some mince pies, milk, and carrots for the reindeer the night before. Without fail, they'd either be gone, with barely a crumb left, or very obviously nibbled, probably just depending on how much they'd already eaten that night. Next, she would scurry through to her parents' bedroom, snuggle between them, and start to open her wee presents which Santa had left her. If she didn't forget, though, first she would reach up onto the counter and click the kettle on for them, because she knew that both her mum and dad would be very sleepy and need their wakey juice to feel a bit better. Despite it being so early, sometimes as often as 5:30 in the morning, Rose's parents would happily let her embrace everything that was so special about being a child on Christmas. They enjoyed watching her enjoy herself as much as anything else. But this year, Rose wasn't so excited to go to bed, and her mother knew it, seeing the look in her daughter's eyes. The wee girl was only 5 years old, and hardly spoke a word at the best of times. Very shy, but extraordinarily conscientious, she observed and watched most of the time. She'd started school earlier in the year, and tended to keep herself to herself. She had a couple of friends who she found similar qualities in and was quite close with. But still she said little, opting to communicate more readily with gestures or acts of kindness. Her parents had always been a little concerned and aware of her nature, but over time they'd become content that this was just her preferred way of living in her wee world. But on this night, Rose had hardly said anything at all, as there was something very important missing. Her mother helped tuck her in, placing a wee cup of water on her bedside table. A warm and soft glowing lamp shone little star shapes all around the room and ceiling. It was Rose's favourite thing, and she liked to pretend that she was a space explorer on an incredible adventure. Stroking her hair, Rose's mother smiled at her with an expression full of understanding. "It's okay, my wee darling. I know you miss him. But he'll be home very soon. In fact, he said he'd call before bedtime to say goodnight." Just as her mother finished these words, Rose heard a gentle ring from the next room. In that moment, her mother skipped through and retrieved her phone, answering it on the way back in. Rose heard her father's voice and sat up a little in her bed with hopeful eyes. Her mum chatted to him briefly before settling the screen on Rose's bed so she could see her father's face. "Hi, Rose. Merry Christmas Eve," her father said, dressed in smart attire from a luminous grand office. This must have been the publisher's headquarters. "How's my wee girl doing? I heard you went out to play in the snow earlier. Did you make lots of snow angels? Did you chase the sheep? Aye, they're pretty fast, aren't they? Don't worry, You and me will catch one day soon. We just need the dream team, that's all. Are you excited for Christmas? And for Santa Claus visiting? Rose's father couldn't help but stutter a little when he said this, as he stifled back a lump in his throat. This was the first time he'd had to work away at Christmas and leave his darling wife and daughter back in Scotland. Sometimes circumstances seemed to dictate things, and this was one of those times. But it hardly made it any easier to be apart, knowing that he wouldn't be there to share the experience they so loved. "How's New York, dear?" Rose's mother asked. "Oh, you know, it's not too bad. Huge. Very different to our Scotland. But it's a spectacle, that's for sure. Here, Rose, look at this. I've just sent something. It's a photo of the view from the hotel they've got me staying in. It's called the Pierre, and it looks over Gapstow Bridge in Central Park. It's far too fancy for your old da. As wonderful as it is, I'd much rather be there with you both. I'm sorry I'm not there, Rose. But I'll be home in a few days. Just look after your mother, and I love you to the moon and back. Oh, and I almost forgot. Where's your best friend at? Are they keeping you company? Where's our Morag? She must have heard her name, because almost on cue, Rose and her mum peered over the end of the bed to see their wee ginger cat, Morag, run across the floor and jump up onto the bed. She padded up to Rose, snuggling up against her neck and giving a wee purr of contentedness. Oh, there she is. There's my 3 girls. Don't know what I'd do without you all, her father said, with a shine in his eyes which gave away his heartache. The girl's mother saw this, and, thinking it best to let everyone be and call it a night, allowed them a final good night to each other before she left the room and said her own to her husband. Rose didn't know what to feel. She was excited for Christmas, but would it be the same without her dad? She wasn't sure. At least she had Morag there, who she softly stroked and cuddled. She loved Morag dearly, and Morag loved her too. All things said and done, they were bestest friends and inseparable. A few moments later, Rose's mother came back to the bedroom and kissed Rose on the forehead. Your dad asked me to give you that before you slept. Right, is everything ready then? She asked with a smile, doing her best to cheer Rose up. They both looked through the door into the living room, where the wood-burning fireplace crackled healthily. On the hearth, as usual, Rose had placed no fewer than 8 carrots for the reindeer. But not only this, no. Beside them was a homemade spiced mince pie and a glass of milk for Santa. She didn't know what happened during the night, but she'd never properly seen him before. She thought she'd heard his sleigh land on the roof once, but when she got up to look out of the window, all she saw was a glint of something flying away across the moon. She didn't know whether she'd seen it or had been dreaming, but still, the memory was there. She'd wondered about the fireplace and the chimney, and how Santa would get down if it was blazing. Her mum had reassured her. Santa's got magic powers, and he can put out and relight a fire quite easily so that he can come down safely. This made sense to Rose, so she felt assured enough that the fireplace wouldn't pose a hazard. On the mantelpiece, her wee stocking hung ready to be filled with goodies, and across the room their Christmas tree glowed with hundreds of beautiful fairy lights and decorations. Everything was set. With a final tuck of blankets and another kiss, Rose's mother wished her good night, turned off the starry lamp, leaving the door cracked to allow some light from the fireplace in. She laid there, recalling the letter she'd sent to Santa Claus a few days ago. Her mum had promised to post it. She hoped she did. Rose's thoughts then shifted to soaring through space as an astronaut, and soon, with Morag curled up next to her, she fell fast asleep. Racing through the stars, at light speed she zoomed. Rose dreamed of space travel on rockets that boomed. Huge planets and moons and comets she saw. So many colours and shapes that left her in awe. But she wasn't alone. There was no doubt of that. For pulling her rocket was Morag the cat. Then space turned to New York, flying right up Broadway, as Morag led her through the sky, just like Santa's sleigh. A few hours had passed since Santa Claus left the North Pole, and he was making decent progress as he'd hoped. High up in the sky, he rubbed his hands together, blowing hot air between his gloves to generate a little more heat in the bitter cold. He thought about cracking open Mrs. Claus's tea flask, but thought it better to save it for the icier parts of the world. Glancing down into the footwell of his sleigh, he extended an arm to feel for hot air blowing at his feet, then proceeded to optimistically twiddle the knobs on the dashboard in a vain effort to produce more warmth.
I've got to get a bigger heater matrix in this thing. I swear these winters are getting colder, Rudolph.
Rudolph and the rest of the troop glanced back with mild scorn, for they themselves were feeling the chill more than him, no doubt. Realizing his misplaced remark, Santa sighed, resigning himself to a cold night ahead, but found comfort in the idea of his next refueling stop. Picking up his map from the seat next to him, he refreshed his memory of where they'd been and where was still to visit. Their last stop was Naples in Italy, and before then he'd crossed off Sydney, Singapore, Saigon, Mumbai, Kabul, Jerusalem, Budapest, Vienna and Brussels, among hundreds and thousands more places in the Eastern Hemisphere. Spotting the next stop on the map, he smiled as he called up to his reindeer and gently tugged on the left rein to pull them into a steady dive from the clear night sky to down below the clouds. The air rushed around them, and the chill factor seemed to increase for a large moment, but they soon burst through the cloud layer below, and before them stood the spectacle of the city of love, Paris. Eiffel Tower standing proudly, covered in a thin layer of snow crystals. Santa had always had a fondness of Paris. He took Mrs. Claus there on honeymoon, and he revelled in the next short while, checking his list, stopping off at every house, and leaving all the lovely children with gifts and joyous tidings. House after house, snow-covered roof after snow-covered roof, Santa and his reindeer companions soared silently through the night, landing gracefully and without so much as a sound. Santa would grab his enormous sack of gifts and plunge himself down the chimneys with ease, not forgetting his trusty fire blanket to reduce the charring on his suit. Still, to this day, Santa scratched his head about why the people of the world still lit their fires when they knew fine well that he'd need access down the chimney. They must have been under some illusion that he somehow had magic powers in which to douse and reignite a billion fires on command. Alas, he surely wished he was able to, for it would save a lot of effort in tobogganing down every chimney on a fire blanket. It was not a foolproof solution, however, as he would still singe a cheek every now and again if he landed awkwardly. Checking the lists and handwritten letters, he'd fish around in the sack for gifts, leave them in their stockings and under the Christmas trees, and then nibble on anything the children had been generous enough to leave for him. Acting quickly in case he disturbed anyone, he'd then scoot up the chimney and back up to his reindeer and feed them their well-earned carrots and occasionally a mince pie. Some chimneys were a tighter squeeze than others, and they all seemed to grow smaller as the night drew on. He supposed, if he was being very honest, this was likely down to the milk, cookies, and mince pies, which he gladly received. Throughout the night, all across the globe, Santa Claus would repeat this process thousands of times, making sure to not miss a single soul. Beneath the moon and the stars, flying northwards towards the upper reaches of Europe, he glanced down at his watch, which handily had 24 individual time zones, and he noted that, at that present moment and location, it was 11:43 p.m. Perfect. They were right on schedule. Santa Claus was feeling very content, and checked in with his reindeer regularly to ensure they were also. Another brief glance down at his map revealed their next stop. It was another place he held very close to his heart, but he seldom let anyone know. It was a little secret between Santa and Mrs. Claus, which most of the world knew nothing about. He whispered another quiet word to his reindeer, and without even needing to pull on their reins, they grunted happy and excited grunts and began their descent. In the middle of the night, a bump stirred her from her dream. Rose peered from her bed towards the light gleam. No movement, no sound, just the glow from the tree. What was it that woke her? Could it possibly be? Then a noise from above, like a shuffle of hooves, and then followed grunting. Something struggled to move. There was someone next door. That was definitely what it was. Could it really be the old man, Santa Claus? The wee girl slipped out of bed as quietly as a mouse, and, whilst doing so, stirred Morag from her snoozes. She followed Rose instantly, hopping down from the bed, and stretched her back whilst on the floor. Still, there were very quiet rustles and sounds of shuffling across the floor. Then came the sounds of quiet munching and satisfied noises of gratification. Step by step, she tiptoed across her bedroom floor towards the door, where through the gap she saw that the fire had gone out, though was still glowing, and her stocking, which had been hanging loose and empty when she went to sleep, was now full and brimming with wee gifts, all wrapped neatly. Only the soft, draping glow from the Christmas tree lights made any of this visible. As she moved closer and closer to the doorway, she saw a shadow cross the fireplace. It looked big and tall, with something pointy on its head. Could it really be? Although 5 years old, and full of imagination and unflappable belief, Rose could still not allow herself to assume anything. She reached for the door handle and pulled it open a little further, Morag close behind her for support. Together, counting to 3 in her head, Rose rounded the door frame. They both stood there, Rose and Morag, motionless, unable to believe what they were seeing. Perhaps it was the presence of an unknown stranger, or something truly magical in the air. But Morag let out a wee involuntary meow of curious inquisition. This sound made the tall stranger, dressed head to toe in a white fur-lined red suit, turn on the spot. Their shiny black boots squeaked lightly on the hardwood floor as the white bearded man slowly rotated 180 degrees to see what the noise was. He looked as confused and perplexed as Morag did to see the pair of them stood there by the fire. For in one hand was held half a mince pie, the other half evidently mid-consumption. His plump cheeks and crumbs in his beard gave that away. And in his other hand was held a glass of milk, half empty. A few moments passed, where nobody made a sound or moved a muscle. Eventually, the rosy-cheeked old man smiled and gently waved a gloved hand. Subtly, with his pie hand, he reached for and peered down at his extra wonderful and generous list, and quickly reacquainted himself. Rose, he thought. But beside her name was written, in Mrs. Claus's writing, "Please see attached document." And on the back of the list, under subcategory Scotland, was a letter. It was addressed to him, as they all were, and on it was written, in childish handwriting, "Dear Santa, Merry Christmas. Are all the elves okay? Don't they get cold up there at the North Pole? Hopefully they have scarves. For Christmas, all I wish is to have my dad back with me, Mum, and Morag. He is working in New York. Thank you, and say hello to Mrs. Claus, spelled Claws. Love, Rose." In only those few moments, Santa's thoughts whirled around in a blizzard and came upon an idea which he'd wanted to do for years, but never thought it wise.
You must be Rose. How lovely to meet you.
The wee girl nodded subtly, still with weary eyes and deafening silence across her lips.
Who's your wee friend down there? This must be Morag, is it? She's gorgeous. I've got a couple of cats up at the North Pole too. Not many people know that, but what's a busy, bustling workshop without a cat or two keeping everyone company?
He said with tenderness and a wink.
You must be wondering who I am. Or perhaps you already know. Well, yes, it is me. I am Santa Claus. Thank you for welcoming me into your home, and especially for leaving out the delicious mince pie.
Santa said this whilst shamelessly popping the other half into his mouth, clearly savouring every last morsel. Rose smiled, overjoyed that he appreciated what they'd left. Morag began to purr, and rubbed herself first on Rose's leg, though the tip of her tail almost reached Rose's shoulder, and then went over to Santa Claus and returned the same favour. Santa Claus bent down, gave her a wee scratch behind the ear, and continued.
I hope you don't mind, but I've left a few wee things under the tree for you, Morag, your mother, and someone else special. Which has me wondering, Rose. A wee elf told me that there was something else you really wanted for Christmas. Is that right? Perhaps someone who you'd like to be here.
Rose could do little else but grin excitedly at the implication of her father, only to follow immediately with a tiny sigh of despair, as she knew that it was impossible, and clearly Santa didn't understand the situation. Her dad was in New York. There was no way that he could come back. Seeing this, Santa understood how she felt. He took to a knee by the Christmas tree and spoke softly.
Rose, what would you think if I said I was able to bring you to your father for Christmas? Would you like that?
The wee girl shuffled on the spot, unsure what to make of Santa's proposition. What did he mean? How would that be possible?
You see, what I'm thinking is this. Myself and the reindeer have a lot more work to do tonight. We're still to cross the Atlantic to deliver gifts to all the children in the Western Hemisphere, including New York.
As he said this, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a little movement by the archway to the living room, and saw Rose's mum standing there in her dressing gown, half hidden so as not to disturb the moment. She had a warm grin on her face, and nodded gently as if to go on. Santa smiled back to her, and then looked back to Rose.
You see, what I am suggesting, dear Rose, is because I can't bring your father to you. Perhaps I could take you to see your dad in New York. With your mother's permission, of course.
Santa Claus glanced back in the direction of Rose's mother, who nodded with a smile and expression which said, "Go on then, if you have to." But underneath it was clear she was as excited as anyone at the idea of Rose being able to see her father. She knew how much it meant to her daughter. Rose saw the two of them exchanging communications, and she turned to her mum with bright eyes, holding out her hand. Then she looked questioningly back towards Santa, then her mum, then to Morag at her feet, then back to Santa, her face full of hope.
Oh, crikey, what am I thinking? Of course we can take your dear mother and Morag. We wouldn't want them to be left out, would we? This sleigh's got plenty of room in it for all the family. 7 seats, big boot, and a decent sound system as well.
Hearing this, Rose laughed and skipped around at the news of being able to take Morag and her mum with them. She couldn't believe it. Was she really going to go on Santa's sleigh? Could that really be happening? After everything, would she possibly be reunited with her dad? The wee lassie could hardly contain her excitement, and Morag meowed in agreement. Santa ushered Rose forward so he could talk quietly to her.
Now, Rose, there's something very important I need to ask you. I'm not supposed to do this. I promised Mrs. Claus years ago not to involve anyone in Christmas Eve. But your letter touched my soul, my dear. You see, I grew up not too far from here, just like you. And I'll never forget the first time my own father had to leave for Christmas. I know how it feels, Rose. And I think Mrs. Claus will understand. So, can you keep this a secret between us?
Rose nodded sincerely, absorbing every word. Santa Claus winked at her in a bond of trust, stood up, reaching for the sack of gifts, then addressed Rose, her mother, and Morag.
Right, you 3. Make sure you're all wrapped up warm. It's awful chilly out there. I may need a wee helping hand along the way too, but don't worry. It won't be too long before we reach America. Now, who wants to meet the reindeer?
Holding hands snugly and wrapped up all warm, Santa led them up the chimney and out into the storm. The wee girl, she paused, unable to believe. 8 reindeer before her. Her eyes could not conceive. Rudolph's nose so bright and shiny and red. She approached the lead reindeer and stroked his soft head. Santa ushered them to the sleigh, preparing for flight, and with a swift pull of the reins, off they flew into the night. After only moments, the reindeer and the sleigh burst through the uppermost cloud layer and out into the inky night sky. Rose, her mother, and Morag were cuddled up together on the back seat, all toasty, thanks to a thick woolen blanket. None of them could believe that they were soaring above the clouds, with a star-scattered night sky above their heads, with none other than Santa Claus at the helm of the reins. He turned to smile at them, just to make sure that they were all okay. They peered down over the edge of the sleigh, revelling in the stunning views of luminous, moonlit clouds. It didn't feel real to any of them. Everything they saw seemed more like a painting than reality. Rose wondered what Morag was making of all this. And, right enough, Morag's eyes were wide with excitement and awe. For never in the name of chasing woolly maggots did she ever think that her, a wee ginger farm cat, would ever be up in the sky, soaring with the clouds. The closest she'd ever been to them before that point was watching them float gently by from her favourite spot, high up on the dry stone wall. Then, suddenly, all of them were pulled from their thoughts as something marvellous happened. Off to the north, something danced and drifted like a waterfall of colours. It was as clear as anything they'd ever seen, and the beams of reds, greens, and pinks washed across the stars, akin to a wave breaching the sands. They were mesmerised and watched in silence.
The Northern Lights,
Santa piped up after a moment. He too was fixated on the performance before them.
simply marvellous. After all these years, they never get any less beautiful.
After what only seemed like a few minutes since leaving their home in Scotland, Santa turned round to the toasty three.
We're about to make our first descent. From what I can see, St. John's in Newfoundland is our next stop, just beyond that cloud line over there. Then we'll be heading a little further south into Nova Scotia before heading inland a wee bitty. And then, well, then we'll need to wait and see.
He said this with a cheeky wee smile.
I hope you're ready to lend me a hand. There's a whole sack to gift the wonderful boys and girls, just like you, Rose.
And so, just as they had done 1,000 times earlier that night, Santa directed his reindeer back down through the clouds and aimed for the first specks of light sticking out on a protruding headland. Swiftly, he brought the sleigh down onto the first roof with a scarcely believable grace. It was like a feather landing on the water. Neither Rose, her mother, or Morag felt a thing. Santa then ushered everyone out, helping them down the chimney, and handed them gifts and helpful instructions to ensure all of the children were catered for. Helping Santa with the heavy work, Rose made sure to place the wee parcels gently underneath the tree, taking great care not to crumple up the gorgeous wrapping paper and ribbons. Morag then helped Rose, carrying the smaller parcels in her mouth, one at a time, whilst Rose's mum carefully packed their stockings, which hung over the fireplace. They were the perfect team, and Santa couldn't help but wish Mrs. Claus was there to share this moment. After 1,000,000 houses or so, Santa caught a glimpse of Rose scribbling on a wee piece of paper and popping it into a stocking from a stash in her jacket. Smiling sweetly, she then hurried off, and Santa helped everyone back up the chimney. Before he followed, though, he took a curious glance at the note she left. It read, "Please remember what matters most at Christmas. P.S. Santa's real." Rose was some wee cherub. What a special child. As much as it was his job to deliver all of these gifts to the deserving children of the world, he couldn't help agree with her. The magic of Christmas was special to a child, as was their belief in him. Santa knew this was important for kids, as it helped them enjoy what it meant to be a child. But deep down, he hoped himself and had faith that all of the children would one day, at least, realize that above all else, it was love that mattered the most. After a moment more, Santa sighed a happy sigh and followed his team up the chimney. They jumped back into the sleigh, whooshed off into the air, and set their sights on New York. Christmas night rushed by in but a moment of time. In the silence of flight, the subtlest of chimes, from the sleigh bells which tinkled between house after house, as they landed, laid gifts, and left quiet as a mouse. And then it was time to lay eyes on her dream, for there on the horizon was somewhere that seemed so enormous, so huge. Rose was no longer sad, for they were actually here to see her own dad. Rose had never been to New York before, and her only impressions of this vast metropolis had been from images in the media, books, or photographs, or from her father showing her the views from his various hotels. So, nothing prepared her for the spectacle that was Manhattan's skyline. In every direction, buildings reached for the sky as high as they could. Wispy clouds glowed effervescently from the millions of lights below. The air was filled with the movement of the wealthy in helicopters, and the streets swam with cars and little ant people. No matter which direction she looked in, some iconic monument flooded her mind with a sense of familiarity and recognition. Firstly, they soared over the Statue of Liberty, which protruded out of the water, welcoming them just as it had done to people 100 years before her. Then came the unmistakable silhouettes of Brooklyn and Manhattan bridges, connecting the neighbouring borough with the bustle of Chinatown and Lower Manhattan. Zipping them up a little higher, Santa lifted their altitude for a better view of Greenwich, Chelsea, and Midtown. Rose's mouth hung open in amazement, as did her mother's, to be fair. Morag simply perched with her front paws on the sleigh's edge, gazing down into the slow-motion chaos, dazzled by it all. A few weeks before, whilst getting in the mood for Christmas, Rose and her family had been snuggled up on the sofa with cinnamon hot chocolate, watching Christmas films, and in one in particular, where a child was lost in New York, she'd seen the most famous building of all, the Empire State. Since then, it had been etched in her mind, but she certainly never expected to ever lay eyes on it. But then, as they swooped swiftly and silently over the skyscrapers, with both the East and Hudson rivers to either side, there, front and centre, was the very thing she'd pictured in her imagination. But it was more than that. The iconic Art Deco tower embodied her vision of New York, and it intoxicated her. She looked up to her mother, who returned an empathetic smile. But that wasn't all. Just beyond, they glided over the feast for the eyes that was Times Square. A sea of screens, neon, intersections, and hundreds of people, even at this hour. None of them could quite comprehend the sheer scale of Manhattan. It was bigger and more consuming than they'd ever believed. As far removed as it was from the slumber and sanctuary of sleepy Scotland, it was something new and exciting, and it was beautiful. Wordlessly, Santa guided the sleigh over the rooftops, aiming for a large open space a mile or so away. Rose didn't initially recognize it, but after she realized that it was, in fact, covered in snow, it revealed in her mind the infamous Central Park. Much like everything else they'd seen so far, it too was much, much bigger than she'd imagined it to be. It stretched off into the night as far as her eyes could see. And then she realized something. Before, when her father had called her in bed, he showed her the view from his hotel room, looking out onto the same very place. Suddenly, Rose was filled with joy and apprehension. They were here. And her father, where would he be? He couldn't be far. There it was. The wee bridge that he'd shown her. What was it called? Gapstow or something. As if Santa was reading her mind, he turned as if to ask her where they would like to aim for. But seeing Rose's frantic pointing towards a beautiful hotel looking out over the park, he nodded understandingly and began to bring the sleigh down. As if by some magical coincidence, huge fluffy snowflakes began to fall from the clouds above, travelling quietly and softly, hardly carried by a breeze. This was it. The wee girl could hardly contain herself. Both Morag and her mother clung to Rose's arms, comforting her. Now, all they had to do was find him. For wherever in this world you may roam, in my heart you will always be home. The local time was 11:57 p.m. on Christmas Eve. not too long before midnight. The park was quiet, and little disturbed the peace. Should one happen to not look up at the tall buildings towards the perimeters of this vast space, one might never even know of the bustle which lay beyond. And for Rose's exhausted and weary father, it was a welcome tranquillity. But the silence only reminded him of the fact he was alone. He walked through a white Central Park, snowflakes landing gently on the shoulders of his thick jacket, and contemplated everything. It had been a long Christmas Eve at their office, but he had finally closed on a deal to have his work published. It was a massive step forward, and it would mean great things for the future. He couldn't wait to tell his family. They'd all be very happy, but still, the nag which didn't leave him was the fact that he'd wished he didn't have to go at all. He'd felt coerced into the timing of it all, and he feared that the opportunity might slip away, and the livelihood of his family would have suffered should he have refused to cooperate, not fulfilling his part to play and all that. Was it worth it? Well, it was this he wasn't sure about. He'd seen the look in his daughter's eyes when he called. There was something missing, like a trust in him which had been lost. In that exact moment, he stopped in the middle of a snow-covered bridge spanning the pond, and pulled out a photograph of his wonderful family that he kept in his wallet. Brushing the odd snowflake off, he gazed at them all individually. Morag, of course, was front and centre. She'd been more of a friend to Rose than anyone, and was such a special cat. She was more than a cat, and goodness knows she got up to some number of adventures, most of which nobody had any clue about. Above Morag was his darling wife, who he loved and missed terribly. Over the years, their bond had strengthened and strengthened, embracing and overcoming all manner of challenges. Like any two people, they had their rough patches, but she'd supported him in his goals and ambitions as a writer, and so had he supported with hers. Together, they'd dealt with pain, loss, anguish, and joy. And eventually they healed enough to bring along Rose, who was their world. They still hadn't let Rose know that she was to become a big sister But in time they would tell her when they were ready. When he thought of his wee Princess Rose, he couldn't help himself but succumb to quiet tears right there on the bridge. He knew what Christmas together meant for his family, and he quietly promised that he'd not leave them ever again. Beneath the spangling lights of New York, Rose's father wished for nothing else than to be at home with his family. Something broke the silence around him, but it wasn't the sounds of the city or of car horns, music, or aircraft. It was something else, and it was coming from overhead, somewhere in the gloom. Through the falling snowflakes, Rose's father strained to see something, anything. It sounded like bells, jingling bells, like the ones he and Rose would play with when she was up on his shoulders, pretending to drive him like Santa's sleigh. What happened next would change his life forever. It started out as exhausted curiosity and turned into a little bemusement. Then a lot of bemusement. Then shock and awe. As out of the snowfall, he saw a soft red glow moving above the treetops. Following the red glow was what appeared to be 8 dogs, or was it cows? Or were they reindeer? Yes, they were reindeer, pulling a sleigh. It couldn't be, could it? No, it surely couldn't be. But yes, gliding gracefully out of the sky, lining up their landing along the frosted path, were reindeer pulling a sleigh. And at the helm of the sleigh seemed to be something impossible, something improbable, something and someone he'd never dared to have believed to exist himself in all these years. The reindeer and sleigh landed without so much as a whisper, and the animals grunted and pulled up not 20 paces away from him. He blinked hard, not believing his eyes. He must be dreaming, but was he really that tired? He looked away and then looked back, but there he was. All red suits, white beards, red hats and black boots.
Ho, ho, ho! Hello there, young man. You must be Rose's father.
He was frozen to the spot, both figuratively and literally it felt, as he stood there, speechless and dumbstruck. But then there came a sound which melted his soul in an instant. He could have picked it out of a storm. He heard his name being called, and it was the sound of Rose. Waving frantically from behind Santa Claus, and hurriedly clambering down from the sleigh, was his very own daughter. Her father dropped to his knees, sobbing with joy, his arms held open as his baby girl ran with all her might into them. He embraced her and hugged her so hard he wasn't sure his heart could take any more. But he dared look for a mere moment, only to see his beautiful wife close behind her, cradling none other than Morag. Seeing his rock, his support, mother of Rose, mother of their child-to-be, and his darling wife coming to him, crumbled him into an emotional wreck. And together, as a whole family, they huddled in a great embrace in the middle of Gapstone Bridge. Santa Claus looked on from his sleigh, cheeks rosy, a wee tear rolling down one of them as he savoured the scene before him. Christmas really was about only one thing, after all, and this proved that fact more than anything. He let them be, hardly wanting to disturb them from their embrace. After a wee while, they all looked up from each other, a sea of puffy eyes and sniffling smiles. Rose's father held his wife tightly around the waist, looking into her eyes with all his love, whilst Rose stooped to pick up Morag from the snow. Her paws must have been feeling the cold a wee bit. They all turned to Santa, expressions full of cheer.
Right, you lot. Let's get you all home safe. That's enough for one night. You've got your old Santa Claus bubbling away himself over here. Where's Mrs. Claus when you need her? But before we get you home, we've got a wee bit more work to do. So, all hands on deck. We've still got half the world to visit, you know. And some very special people in Kentucky, Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles and Temecula. What do you say, everyone? Are you all ready?
The happy family nodded cheerily and proceeded to shuffle over to the sleigh, glued to each other, never wanting to let go. With one final wiggle of the reins, the reindeer pulled Santa Claus, Rose, her parents, the bun in the oven, and of course Morag the cat, zooming across the snow of Central Park and back up into the starry night sky of New York City. To every one of them, it was a Christmas miracle, and the best Christmas they'd ever had. For many this eve, it was joyous and merry, with kids early to bed and parents sipping sherry. Their excitement was real, and night full of cheer. It was Christmas Eve, after all, not a time for fear. Though for those who were fortunate, there were others less so. And for some it was hard, and not just from the snow. In a time when Christmas is all gifts and fancy platters, there are some who lay quietly, wishing only for what matters. It was such a perfect night. Everything had gone to plan, thankfully, with no hiccups, no real drama, and certainly no lost gifts. And best of all, beneath the glistening starlight of a fine Christmas Eve sky, soaring through the crisp and clear air, Santa Claus was with the one thing he loved more than anything in the world.
How are you getting on over there, my wee darling? Warm enough, I hope? Want me to turn the heating up a smidge?
Och no, I'm okay. Staying toasty. I've got my wee blanket, and if I get too cold, I can just snuggle up to you.
This is very true, Hen. I have to say, I'm so glad you wanted to come with me tonight. It's normally not lonely per se, but it's just a strange feeling that once a year I travel so flippin' far away from you, all around the world. I'm just not used to it. I spend every day of the year at your side, and it can be difficult to leave, you understand. Anyway, I'm babbling. What I'm trying to say is I'm very happy you're here. It was funny when you tried to see how many marshmallows you could fit into your mouth in that one hoose. I nearly buckled. How many did you get in the end?
I think I managed 12. But I know what you mean. It's alright. I thought you could use a wee hand anyways. You work so hard. Well, you work. And maybe it's best you have to share a mince pie and milk with someone else, rather than scoffing the lot yourself.
Mrs. Claus snuck a teasing wink to Santa and leaned to pat his round belly beneath his big red coat, which made Santa blush a little as he giggled back. He knew he didn't stand much of a chance against a world's worth of festive treats left out for him every Christmas Eve. So he didn't really let it bother him. Mrs. Claus reached out a small gloved hand to his, which held firmly onto the reins.
I'm very proud of you, Santa. I hope you know that. What you do for the children of this world is quite remarkable. Don't ever forget that.
I do appreciate that, my darling. But truthfully, I'd not be much without you. The grotto needs a manager. It'd be chaos without you there, making sure the place runs nice and smooth. You know what those cheeky wee elves are like. Always laughing, joking, and having a carry-on. Do you mind last year when Buzzlewits and Sugar Plum Mary fed icing sugar into the
air conduct? Yes, I do. It took me all day to clear the workshop up after that. What they like, honestly, we troublemakers.
The smitten pair chuckled away to themselves, cooing over old memories and reminiscing about wonderful times. They even found themselves yearning after another winter break to Alicante in Spain for some winter sun. But just thinking about it made them shiver against the chill. And besides, Santa Claus burned easily. Even the Factor 50 struggled against his North Pole acclimatized skin. Mrs. Claus reached for the heater knob in the sleigh and cranked it up a couple of notches, rubbing her shoulders with her mittens. She then peered out over the sleigh's dashboard into the blizzarding gloom, where she saw all 9 of their reindeer relentlessly towing them along at rapid speed through the night.
How are you all getting on out there?
Santa called out across the breeze. the reindeer returned with a mix of passive or tired grunts, besides Rudolph up front, who bleated merrily. The usual then, he thought to himself. Some of them were a little more resilient than others.
Aye, not so bad. Could be worse.
Mrs. Claus looked over the edge of the sleigh, seeing the tiny speckles of light down far, far below. In that moment, the blizzarding night relaxed a little as they emerged from some thin cloud and into a crystal clear night. The cool breeze mixed with the heat from the sleigh's air conditioning in a fresh and simultaneously toasty storm. It seemed like they were somewhere over Nova Scotia and headed for Newfoundland. Nearly home, she thought. All the presents had been delivered across the world, and in record time too, thanks to the help of Mrs. Claus. It had all gone swimmingly, save for a few wee rooftop slips for Mrs. Claus, one of which had left Santa's heart in his mouth. But thankfully, despite having attempted to grapple onto his big white beard as she fell, she had landed in a big snow pile beneath the house and was totally unharmed.
Like landing on a cloud.
Mrs. Claus had said, whilst making a snow angel, arms outstretched. It seemed like they'd both forgotten this had even happened, though it was 1,000,000 or so stops ago, so things tend to slip the mind after all. Mrs. Claus pulled the lists out of her red and white fur coat pocket one last time, just to make sure they'd not missed any of the children. Scanning through, she screwed up her nose a little, peering over her specs.
Sorry, Santa. I'm struggling to read your handwriting on this page. Would you mind going through these names?
Aye, of course, darling. Sorry about that. Right. First we have Alana, Alice, Alison L, Alison, Alyssa, Amy, Andrea Hoffman, Andrea Ross, Andrea Lencioni, Anne Poulton, Anna, Artful Amanda, Ashley, Barbara, Ben, Benjamin, BK, Brad, Candy, Cappy, Carol E, Carol L, Carol, Celia, Cheryl, Christine T, Christine Y, Christy, Cindy, Claire, and Claire M. Caterer. Ooh.
Smashing. Yep, I've got them all ticked off. After them, there's Connor, Daniel, Deborah, Diane I, Diane W, Drew Shark, Dr. Connie, Elizabeth, Ellen, Ellie, Elspeth, Esther, Eva, Fred, Heather, Heike, Isabel.
Is that everyone? Or is there more? Oh, I only go.
J.A., Jamie, Janet, Jen, Janine, Jennifer, Jessica B, Jessica D, Julie B, Julie C, Julie S, Karen F, Karen M, Carinsa, Kathleen F, Kathleen K, and Kathleen S.
Santa peered down his own nose through narrow spectacles at the second copy that Buzzlewits, the elf, had given them to cross-check before they'd left. All seemed well thus far.
Beautiful. And finally we have Kelly, Kenny, Kim C, Kim J, Chris, Lara Stella, Laurie Beach, Mary, Maria, Marissa, Marnie, Melanie, Melissa, Michelle, Molly, Olivia, Petra, Rebecca, B, Rebecca N, Rebecca T, Rick, Samantha, Scott, Stephanie, Strings, Sue Ellen, Summer, Tara, Teresa, Tracy, and White Roses.
That's everyone. Excellent work. Whew. I suppose that means we can relax now.
And with that, she leaned down the side of the quilted velvet bench and produced, to Santa's glee, a bottle of the finest Oloroso sherry. He chuckled with excitement as Mrs. Claus found a couple of glasses, popped the cork, and poured a wee nip into each. She passed one to Santa as he muttered something through the air to the deer up ahead. Something about self-driving cruise control and Tesla.
Cheers, my cuddly wee Santa. A very Merry Christmas to you, and to a successful Eve.
And cheers to you, my wee darling. You're the bestest partner in crime as Santa could ever ask for.
They raised a clinked glass and sipped the gloriously sweet and rich nectar, savouring every hard-earned drop, and scooched a little closer to each other, trying to keep the wind out of their fluffy clothes. Then Santa whispered down to Mrs. Claus.
Oof. Don't suppose you've got any mince pies or gingerbread tucked away down there, do you?
Santa peered down with a cheeky smile, knowing he was pushing his luck.
Father Christmas Santa Claus, you've had more than enough for one night. But maybe when we get home, I'll fetch you one last one, just because it's you.
The pair of them giggled together, sherries in hand, reindeer soaring them through the night sky, with their joyous laughs carrying for miles over the air. The eve of Christmas was well underway, and the day to follow would bring joy to millions of children all over the world. Getting tipsier by the minute, Mr. and Mrs. Claus flew off into the crystalline night beneath the light of the moon, full of love and carefree abandon, bound for the North Pole. The village was busy setting up for the night. All fine foods and rich drinks, all manner of delights. With baubles, snowflakes, angels and fairy lights, such a feast for the eyes, it was truly a sight. The houses and cottages were also decorated so. Great displays of elegance which glowed in the snow, save for one which slept over there in the corner. If only, on this Christmas, that one felt a little warmer. The first Snowball missed his head only by a few inches, whooshing past his old and woolen Santa hat. He laughed, for the thrill of a snowball battle sent all children into hysterics. Clustering together his own fistful of powder, James burst up from behind the garden bench, tattered teddy bear in hand, and retaliated. An equally accurate snowy missile bound for his friends, who clung together in a group. It skimmed past one of their jackets, and so they made a break for it, feeling vulnerable, seeking cover behind a crumbling snowman. In fits of laughter, little James and his friends played merrily in the village, as children will do. It was not just the excitement of Christmas Eve which fueled their energy, but the simple pleasure of larking around in an intense blizzard did so also. The breeze was slight, yet enormous snowflakes made them feel like they were in a storm. It was so much fun to them that they'd all forgotten what time it was. One by one, the parents of the children popped their heads out of front doors, here, there, and everywhere, calling their names to come inside for dinner. Eventually, only James, his Teddy, and his friend Bobby, who was a year or two older, were left in the village park, chucking constant volleys of snowballs in any direction they could manage. The wee village in which James lived was beautiful. It was like something out of a postcard. A mix of olden-style cottages, narrow roads built for horse and cart, and delicate and ornate gardens. Dry stone walls lined front lawns, and little streams trickled through the park, though many had frozen over or hardly ran from the cold. Icicles hung and glittered from rooftops, lit only by the dim street lamps, which could have been as old as the houses themselves. Every cottage in the village was covered in a deep carpet of powder as the snow fell and fell and fell. Any tree that was possible to adorn with fairy lights had been, and the village glowed beneath them all, like a million stars at earth level. Centre stage, beside the park and in the square, an enormous Christmas tree lunged skywards, itself a conglomeration of colour and glamour. Some people had colourful displays of inflatable reindeer and Santas in their gardens, or living rooms even, whilst others took the more subtle approach, with a few lights of their own or a simply decorated tree. And then, over in the corner of the village, was a tiny little house, probably only 1.5 bedrooms, which sat dim and seemingly lifeless next to the splendour of the rest of the village. This house had no inflatable Santas, reindeer, or grottos. The exterior was not adorned with fairy lights, and in the front window there was no tree. But if you squinted through the snow, you might see a small, single cluster of old lights wrapped around a houseplant which sat on a modest side table. Despite his best effort to duck below it, another snowball from Bobby hit the shoulder of James, causing him to topple over in an overly dramatic fashion, falling flat on his back in the snow, his teddy bear landing on the chest of his slightly too big, hand-me-down green jacket, all covered in snow. James giggled away, lost in the fantasy of finally being slain in a titanic battle, one which people will talk about for centuries to come. His name will go down in history alongside David and Goliath, though he will be the tragic loss, and all the more heroic for it. Bobby came running over, still reeling from his strike.
Ah, gotcha! You did well, to be fair. You did well. Oh, by the way, what are you getting for Christmas? Do you know?
James righted himself from the snow with a helping hand from Bobby. He looked down awkwardly at the snow, kicking a little loose powder about in front of him. James was very shy at the best of times, but even more so when people asked him things which made him feel uncomfortable. I don't know. I suppose I'll have to wait and see, he said with a small voice, doing his best to slip away from the question, which Bobby happily did on his behalf.
Aye, fair enough. Well, I'm getting a brand new mountain bike. And not just the stuff from Halfords which breaks all the time, because Dad says it's cheap rubbish. A fancy one from Cannondale. My dad says it's very expensive, so I'll need to look after it really well.
By this point, James had zoned out,
Nothing much else.
lost in his own world.
PlayStation games.
He didn't know what to think, hearing Bobby talk about all his stuff. A part of him was, admittedly, a little envious. Of course, he would love a new mountain bike, or even just any bike at all. But honestly, the rest did not stir anything in him. It was all just noise, which was unusual for a child of his age. James had quiet awareness that his family were not very well off. Some might even say very poor or in poverty by modern standards. Since their jobs were endangered, then eventually lost due to an economic downturn, they had scrimped and saved, and such is life, did their best to make do. That was 2 years ago, and shortly afterwards, their beloved family dog of 16 years passed away when James was only 5. He was James's best friend, and he was also Teddy's best friend. The three of them would have so much fun together. His parents took it hard too, of course. But despite struggling, they had big hearts full of love and infectiously kind spirits. Everyone in the village adored them and did their best to support them when they could. James knew all this, and deep down, he did not want anything more than to help his mum and dad. He wished he could. Coming to from his daydreams, Bobby was still babbling away. Not that James had noticed. But then, across the park, the front door of one of the more grand houses opened, and Bobby's dad leaned out into the cold, shivering against the blizzard, looking for his son. He called out, "Bobby! Bobby, son, time to come in. The starters are nearly ready, and the bird roast is going in. Oh, hello, James. Merry Christmas." Bobby's dad waved a cheerful, distant hello, and James waved a little bare hand back, though not as enthusiastically. Right, James, I better head in, but see you later though, yeah? I think we're heading down to the market after dinner.
Yeah, no worries. I'll see you later on.
James said with a slight smile. He watched as his friend then ran off into the blizzard, headed for the soft and diffused glow of his great, big and warm house, all dripping in festive fandangles and decorative doodads. When the front door shut, James stood all alone in the quietly falling snow. It was suddenly very serene, and he enjoyed the peace and quiet. The village felt suddenly as if it were asleep. Looking up into the snowy abyss, backlit in murky blue, he stuck out his tongue, trying to catch the falling snowflakes. Feeling the chill in his bare hands, James finally turned on his heels and wandered slowly in the direction of the small, dim, and seemingly lifeless little house in the corner of the village. He couldn't help but wonder if by any chance, in a world full of millions of children, that Santa Claus had received his letter. He sped through the night, a wee bit tipsy with glee, and didn't know it was possible to be this content and happy. Mrs. Claus by his side, his companion and rock, and the night of success despite forgetting his lucky socks. All was very well in the land of Santa Claus. Not a blemish nor a blight, no problems or flaws. It was right time for a rest, to reflect on their eve. Or was it, all in fact, too good to believe? With a little tug of the reins left and a smidgen more right, Santa Claus steered his 9 reindeer companions carefully toward the runway. It was invisible initially, totally obscured by the cloud layer below, but with Rudolph's red nose lighting the way, guiding them through little gaps, progress became easier. Then, out of the gloom, the soft glow of the North Pole phased into view up ahead and a few 100 feet below. The ground was icy, as you'd imagine the North Pole would be, but thankfully Once below the few clouds there was little wind, and only a few sparkling snowflakes hung on the air. They all held their breath as the sleigh swooped over the ice, hanging in the air for a moment, before touching down with surprising grace. Soon after, the reindeer pulled the sleigh up in front of the grotto, and both Mrs. Claus and Santa heaved a great sigh and smile.
Phew. Good to be home, Hen. Ho, ho, ho.
It is indeed. Right, shall we get inside? It's chilly out here. I quite fancy a wee cuppa.
It was only a moment or so after they had started to gather their few things together from inside the sleigh, not least Santa's now practically weightless black sack, that the front door of the grotto swung open on its hinges, pouring streams of warm light all across the snow. Mr. and Mrs. Claus looked up to see an elf scuttling across the ice, waving something above her head. Oh, it was Sugar Plum Mary. But she looked rather panicked and upset. The wee elf made for them at pace, wee green booties slipping all over the ice, and red pointed hat swinging this way and that, tiny bell tinkling with the motion. She was calling something out, but it was hard to hear what.
My goodness, Sugar Plum, what on earth is the fuss? Ho, ho, ho. And a Merry Christmas to you.
Mrs. Claus, the letters. Oh, it's terrible. It's so awful. I found 2 letters from the children. They must have got lost somewhere. I'm so sorry. Truly I am. I feel absolutely terrible.
The wee elf was huffing and puffing as she handed over 2 pale envelopes to Santa Claus. Her cheeks were rosy from the sprint, which matched her hat. Her green velvet jacket was buttoned up tight so to keep the icy air out. Santa took the envelopes, frown growing through a furrowed brow.
Hush, Sugar Plum. It's quite all right. Don't worry. These things happen.
Mrs. Claus said, doing her best to console the wee elf, who was on the verge of having a panic attack. The truth of the matter was that these things didn't happen. They'd never happened. Not in a generation, nor a lifetime. Santa Claus took off one of his large black gloves and teased the first envelope open with a big, blunt thumb. On the back it had "The North Pole" written in childish pencil handwriting. The piece of paper was folded into 3 and read,
Dear Santa, I know all kids probably say this, but I do hope this reaches you and you actually read it. A lot of my friends are asking for toys and stuff, but I don't think I want that. I have my teddy bear, and I am happy with him. Very happy. My mum and dad are poor, and this year they don't have much to eat or keep the house warm. They give most of their food to me. All I want for Christmas is to help them. I think they deserve it. I hope it's not too much to ask. And I really do believe in you. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus. From James, aged 7.5.
He carefully folded up the letter, put it back into the envelope from which it came, and slid it with the other unopened letter into his breast pocket. Both Mrs. Claus and Sugar Plum Mary looked at Santa through glistening eyes as he took a big sigh, smiling sincerely. They could see in his eyes that not only had this letter touched his soul in a very real way, but he meant to do something about it.
Do what you need to do, Santa Claus. We'll be here. I'll stay and look after the elves.
Mrs. Claus said gently. Agreeing with her, Santa nodded his head. And so, without much more than a second to savour the moment, Santa grasped his black sack which lay on the ice, heaved it over his shoulder, and climbed back into the sleigh, settling himself.
Oh, and before you go,
Mrs. Claus added, as she scurried away into the grotto. In a few seconds, she had returned, but in her hands she held a wee foil package, roughly formed into the shape of a holly leaf. She passed it to Santa, leaning across the side of the sleigh with a kiss to his cheek.
mince pies, as promised,
She said with a wink, before stepping back and hugging herself tightly.
Bless your kind soul, my wee darling. Thank you. Right you pair, off yous go inside. There's no time to lose. I'll be back before you know it.
With a final pat of his breast pocket and a check of his watch, Santa took a deep breath and exhaled slowly as the skies above began to drop large snowflakes which fell silently to earth. A few clouds parted, and the moonlight above spilled across the snow, lighting their whole world up in an iridescent glow.
Rudolph, Dasher and Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, Blitzen. Show me speed, show me spirit, show me the meaning of Christmas. Giddy up, mush. Yeah, yeah. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, ho. Ho, ho.
And just like that, as if a bullet from a gun, the 9 reindeer shot Santa and his sleigh across the snow, gathering speed at an incredible rate. The muffled clatter of hooves got faster and faster, until the sound trailed off, and the sleigh was pulled into the sky in a great swoosh. They were airborne once more, and circled back around so as to wave down to Mrs. Claus. It was quite the sight to behold, both from the air, as the great snowy mountains glowed bright beneath the snow and stars. But it was also from the ground for Mrs. Claus and the elf, as Santa ho-ho-hoed through the air, with his beloved reindeer silhouetted against the moon. They set their sights south, headed for a wee corner of Scotland, and they disappeared into the night. He didn't know how to feel, for he was only a boy. Every one of his friends were boasting about toys, though deep down he knew that these had no need. He was happy enough with his teddy, or a good book to read. His mother and his father, they were everything to him. They were generous and loving, with hearts full to the brim. The boy sighed, feeling low, wishing things might get better. He only wanted to help them, like he said in his letter. James swung the front door open, kicking some of the snow off his shoes in the process. Instead of a wall of Christmas heat one might expect from entering a home in the depths of winter, the boy was met with a rather underwhelming, tepid temperature. The air wasn't damp as such, but neither did it invite his jacket to be removed. He shut the door and shuffled along the dark corridor into the living room, where he saw his mother stoking life into a small log fire, which smouldered lethargically. She turned to him, her smile full of warmth and kindness.
"Oh, honey, you're in."
"I'm just keeping the fire alive. Don't want to use up all the logs too early. We can save some for later, I suppose. Did you have fun outside?
Are you chilly now?
James nodded subtly, more in response to the fun question. But he couldn't deny that he was quite cold too. He went to his mother's side, getting closer to the embers to feel what heat they radiated. She hugged him tight and rubbed his shoulders.
Here you go, son. Bit better? How's the appetite? You must be hungry, are you? We can get dinner on soon. But first, shall we wait for your dad to come home from the village hall? Hopefully he's able to get a few things, actually. Fingers crossed.
James looked over his shoulder toward the kitchen to see nothing much more than a loaf of basic bread and some tinned goods, probably baked beans or some soups. Inside, he did his best to not let his heart sink a little, but it did nevertheless. Maybe it was because his friend had just been talking about everything him and his family were doing at Christmas. Around the living room, there were a few bits of straggly tinsel hung around the ceiling. A single set of fairy lights around the houseplant, and a few odd baubles and other festive paraphernalia perched here and there. If one looked closely, they might suppose it was not Christmas at all. The front door opened a moment later, sending with it a rush of cold air across the floor. James shivered involuntarily. James's father strode into the living room with a carrier bag in each gloved hand. His navy jacket and combed hair were, too, covered in large snowflakes, which hardly thought to melt upon entering. His spectacles did steam up a little, though, which James always found quite funny.
Oh, hello, love. You're back. How did you get on down at the food bank? Were there lots of people there?
James's mother asked.
Oh, it was brilliant. There were loads of families we managed to give things to. A record over the previous year, no doubt. No doubt about that at all. It's a miracle that we managed to put on that bank. Goodness knows how much it helps folks. Especially around Christmas, honestly. I reckon over 100 people from nearby went away with at least something. Oh, you know Mr. MacLeod from over at Bray Hill Farm? That man deserves a medal. You'll never guess what. He turned up in his tractor with a trailer full of split birch logs. Can you believe that? Emptied the whole lot on the ground and just asked folk to help themselves. What an absolute saint, eh? I did refuse initially, but he twisted my arm and made me take some home too, since it was Christmas Eve.
James's dad held up the 2 carrier bags triumphantly, with a huge grin between rosy cheeks.
Go on, get some of these on that fire. We'll be warm tonight. Well done, dear. That's wonderful. We're very proud of you for volunteering down there. Oh, it's nothing, really. The least we can do for people in need. Now, I know I didn't bring any more food back for us. However, I've been saving up this week. What say we head down to the market tonight and get us a hot chocolate? It is Christmas Eve, after all. What do you reckon, James? Shall we?
James nodded enthusiastically, smiling and excited. That sounded absolutely terrific. He'd always loved the Christmas market the village put on, even if it was just to soak up the atmosphere. And so the family got all dressed up for the cold, popped a wee log on the fire before they left, and set off into the snow. James, of course, held his teddy tight to him, nice and safe. It was such a magical night. All drifting flakes and diffused moonlight. Every tree's branches were covered in white, like iced ornaments on top of a cake. They walked hand in hand across the park, muffled footsteps crunching in the snow, headed for the far end of the village, where they then saw a warm glow and heard the faint chimes of Christmas tunes. The first thing James caught was the fragrant smell of mixed spice and cinnamon on the air, which warmed his cockles. Then came the mulled wines and ciders, as the first stall crept into view through the evening gloom. The market wasn't very big, but all around the village square, the local merchants had raised beautiful wee huts and stalls, some resembling miniature alpine chalets, and others just trailers full of straw, from which they sold locally made chocolates, baking, or truckles of fine cheeses. As the family drew closer, so too did the wonderfully cosy tinkle of Christmas music coming from the odd stall. Soon they were bathed in the warm glow of flickering candles, crackling open fire pits, and glistening fairy lights strung between buildings above their heads. The street lamps shone soft and gentle, as did the gorgeous Christmas decorations which the village had hung on lamp posts, trees, and on the church steeple. All around them they saw their friends and all the other families embracing the magical array of festive food, drinks, and gifts. Everyone smiled, laughed, and exchanged hugs of love and friendship. With every footstep, James saw or smelled something new and tantalizing. The crackle and sizzle of a hog roast drifted across his nose to the left, making his tummy rumble. To his right, Mrs. Wirtz had crafted her famous fresh-baked pretzels of all tasty varieties. Next up, all huddled around a couple of up-ended barrels which served as standing tables. The local pub dwellers clinked glasses of mulled brews, which they scooped cheerfully, raising their hands to James and his family as they passed. Centre stage in the market were the local school teachers and a small selection of his friends who'd volunteered and set up the manger and nativity scene. They were dressed in traditional robes and huddled around a little manger full of straw. One of the wee children had kindly lent their dolly to represent baby Jesus. But clearly, split birch logs weren't the only thing Farmer MacLeod had provided to the people, as milling and munching around the hay were 2 white goats and a triplet of sheep, who wore little Christmas wreaths around their necks. They split their attention between the many children who wanted to stroke them and busy noshing away on the tasty straw bales.
How about that hot chocolate, eh?
Asked James's father, who pointed over toward a tiny wooden stall with a beautiful pink coffee machine propped on a wooden frame behind the merchant. They strolled over, smelling the rich, velvety aromas of chocolate, spiced coffee, and vanilla rum, and ordered a trio of hot chocolates with all the trimmings. After a few minutes of tantalizing wait, Mrs. Lawson passed a huge mug of steaming sweet hot chocolate down to James, which was topped with marshmallows and cream. He reached out and received it with both hands very gratefully, Teddy tucked into his jacket at the breast. James stared upon this phenomenal drink. He couldn't believe it. It was such a treat to have something so luxurious and delicious. Quietly, out of earshot of his family, James's father reached into his jacket pocket, pulling out an assortment of change, which he poked around with a finger, doing sums which danced across his lips.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lawson. How much do we owe you?
he asked with bright eyes and a smile.
Oh, don't worry, please. Nothing at all. It's my treat. Merry Christmas to you all. It's the least you deserve. Please, go and enjoy your night.
He didn't know what to say. He could see in her eyes she really meant it, truly and sincerely. It was no mere favour. His mouth moved as if to protest, but nothing came out. He sighed and simply nodded, smiling thankfully. He would have done the same for someone else. They all moved off, fancy hot chocolates in hand, and sat on a wee bench in the middle of the square, sipping their delicious warm drinks, which heated their hands also. Then, as if called to by the angels, the local church choir emerged from the snow, all huddled together in fluffy jackets, headed by the choir master. Without waiting for an invitation, they began to sing. Gorgeous, delicate, haunting carols, which rang out across the night air, filling everyone with cheer. For the next while, James and his family simply watched and listened, just enjoying every little bit of this wonderfully festive Christmas Eve atmosphere. James finished his hot chocolate, popping down his cup, and without realizing, reached a hand down to ground level, as if to pat or stroke something. But his hand fell upon thin air. He paused and checked himself, and then realizing what had happened, he recoiled slightly, grabbing and hugging his teddy tightly, tighter than before. A little wave of sadness washed over him, as his heart ached for his friend. His mum saw this, and hers too throbbed in empathy. She tried to help as quickly as she could.
Oh, right, James. You must be getting hungry now. Shall we head home, get some dinner on, eh? Get cosy by the fire with a wee board game. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
James looked up, his eyes glistening, holding back the tears, tried his best to smile. He took both his mum and dad's hands, Teddy tucked warmly into his jacket, as they strolled back through the market toward their little home in the corner of the village. It was the night before Christmas, in the wee small hours. A tawny owl hooted from atop the church tower. The village lay silent, sleeping soundly in the snow. But then from somewhere, far above, the snow started to glow. It wasn't the moon, nor the lamps, for they were yellow or white. This was altogether something else, like a blazing sunset night. In only a moment or two, in a swooping great arc, the great glow swept gently down and settled right there in the dark. In the early hours of Christmas Day, long, long after James and his parents had gone to bed, the little boy stirred from his sleep. As for why, he didn't yet know. Glancing at the small dinosaur clock in a small shelf beside his bed, the time read 5:15 in the morning. It had taken a little while to settle after feeling sad in the market, but once they'd all come in, had some soup and toast, and got cosy by the fireplace with a game of Scrabble, James soon relaxed and started to feel a little more festive. There was no stocking on the hearth, and no Christmas tree in the living room, but that hadn't stopped them enjoying themselves a little family time together, despite not having a lot else to show for their Christmas Eve. They'd hugged and gone to bed quietly, feeling as content as they could have been. But something had woken James, as he then heard it again. A small bump or a bang coming from somewhere in the front of the house. He was sure his parents had gone to bed long before. Perhaps they were still enjoying the heat from the fireplace, or had they woken early for some reason? James slid out from beneath his duvet, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, taking his teddy with him. He slipped his feet into his tiny slippers, grasped his jumper, and pulled it over his stripy pyjamas. Carefully and quietly, he crept across his bedroom, pushed through the door, and tiptoed in the direction of the living room. Strangely, there was a very soft yet obvious glow or radiance coming from within the room. Was the fire still going? Surely not. He neared the doorway and heard a little more than just a bang. There was a shuffling, and what sounded like things being pulled out of a bag. Slowly, and holding his breath, James peered around the corner into the living room, and what he then saw was beyond anything his wildest dreams could have imagined. It couldn't be, could it? No. It felt impossible. Improbable. Simply unbelievable. Next to their small fireplace, which was still only smouldering from the night before, was the most enormous pile of neatly stacked Yule logs, all ready for roasting. And above the hearth there were strung 3 pretty red stockings, 2 smaller and 1 bigger, full to the brim of delicately wrapped parcels and edible treats. But not only that, the fireplace was now decorated in a mesmerizing array of twinkling fairy lights, holly leaves, ivies and berries, which shone and glittered like things one read about in fairy tales. A few paces away, by the front room window, now stood the most magical Christmas tree, on which was hung hundreds of delightful baubles, lights, and glittery bells, not to mention even more twinkling fairy lights. Sat on the top was, of course, a big, shining star. Yet, besides all of this, which James could hardly pull his wide and childish gaze from, one thing, or should it be said, person, stood out beyond all else. Stooped down beneath the Christmas tree, all white beards, red hats, and delicate spectacles, black sack in hand, dressed head to toe in red and white fur, with black gloves and boots, was someone James could scarcely believe was in his own home. The little boy stepped forwards into the room, his hand held tightly around Teddy's paw. Santa Claus? Is that really you? James cooed quietly, like a little dove from a high tree. The person who appeared to be Santa Claus spun around on the spot, surprised, and held his great big hand to his heart, breathing a great sigh. He looked upon the boy, eyes full of delight.
Oh, my goodness, young man. You frightened the bejesus out of me. Oh, delightful to meet you, young sir. You must be James, is that right?
The boy nodded, slowly, still wide-eyed, and beyond belief that Santa Claus was standing in his living room.
I thought so, yes. Well, my name is Santa Claus. But I suppose you knew that, eh? Well, I hope you don't mind me being here, James. I'm also very sorry I'm a wee bit later than planned. See, there was a wee mix-up at the North Pole, and, well, let's just say if it weren't for all the wonderful elves and Mrs. Claus helping, I'd have made a very big mistake this year. One that I'd struggle to forgive myself for. Anyways, would you like to give me a wee hand? There's more in the sleigh outside.
Santa reached out his hand, offering it to James. He took it, and Santa guided him up to the fireplace. The boy then looked at Santa in mixed, curious alarm, as in, really? Up there? Santa nodded, but squeezed his hand in reassurance.
Nothing to worry about, lad. It'll be okay. I've done this a million times. It's how I can deliver all of your gifts whilst you, sleep. In theory, I do seem to be waking children up a lot more these days. Maybe I'm getting more clumsy. Anyway.
Shaking his head, Santa lifted the black sack from the floor and offered it up to the fireplace. James didn't know what happened next, but in a flash of light, stars and whooshes, he and Santa shot upwards through the chimney breast and up into the air above the house. Immediately, the rush of cold hit James as they plunged into a snowy sky. He looked down to see, below them, the roof of his own house, and they floated gently back down toward the snow-covered roof, black sack above them like a wee hot air balloon. They touched down, firstly, and then walked to the edge of the sloping roof, where Santa led them off again, floating down gently to ground level. But there was no fooling the boy. He had read the books. As he looked up at Santa with questions burning inside, and Santa saw this.
I can read your mind, young master. I know we could have gone out the front door, but it's fun to go up the chimney, isn't it? Oh, and yes, perhaps you were expecting something to be on the roof, maybe. Well, it's a wonderful wee house, it really is. It's just that they won't all fit up there, so...
And following Santa's gaze, James looked through the falling snowflakes over toward the village park, and softly lit beneath the Christmas lights and candle-like street lamps were none other than Santa's 9 incredible reindeer. They were strung out in a line, with a huge ornate sleigh parked up behind them. They strolled on over, the little boy becoming more and more flabbergasted with every minute. James walked along the line of reindeer, hand outstretched, as he stroked every passing deer with great care and attention, looking at their little golden name tags. Blitzen, Comet, Dancer, and when reaching the front, Rudolph, with his little glowing red nose. James smiled uncontrollably and then laughed, overcome with excitement. It was like he had finally woken up, finally realizing what was happening. He'd finally started to truly believe. Looking across at the rest of the village, which had been sleeping peacefully in inky blue night, James began to see faint lights turn on in some of the houses. He gazed across to the east, where, above the woodland silhouette, the sky was turning to a paler twilight amongst heavy, snow-laden clouds. He turned back to Santa Claus, who was busy piling great paper bags full of the most incredible array of Christmas food onto a wooden sled. He saw a huge turkey, Christmas fruitcake, potatoes, parsnips, sprouts and carrots. There was mince pies, cranberry sauce, ginger biscuits, and single malt whiskey. Oh, and some luxurious hot chocolate, of course. It was a feast for the eyes. James glanced up for a second, and he saw that him and Santa were no longer alone. Dozens of people from the village had shuffled their way out of their homes, many of whom were still in jammies or gowns, and they pointed and gasped in awe at what they were seeing. Soon, as the dawning light happened upon them, and the first bells of Christmas Day chimed through the snow, the entire village was gathered around the park, chatting and cheerfully beaming at the sight of Santa and his reindeer. Then, turning back to his home, James saw his mother and father huddled outside their garden gate, watching on, grinning, but a little in shock also by the looks of it. Santa took to his knee in front of James and spoke quietly and sincerely to him.
I want you to take this sled over to your mum and dad. Is that okay? I got your letter, James.
Santa spoke as he reached into his huge jacket and pulled out the opened envelope, shaking it gently as he spoke.
It touched my heart more than I can say. You wished for nothing more than to help those who you love. which is arguably one of the most valuable things anyone could ever wish for. You're an amazing young man with a heart of gold. I can tell that much.
Santa said as he winked, ushering him to take the sled. James took the handle and heaved the sled through the snow, which was heavy with wonderful foods, drinks, and treats. He slid it across the park toward his parents, who helped him the last few meters. They both kneeled down, hugging James tight, hardly wanting to let go. His mother looked him in the eyes, brushing his hair away from them.
James, our amazing boy. Is this what you wished for? We're so proud of you. I hope you know that. You're the most remarkable young man. It's just incredible. Thank you. And thank Santa, please, also. Now, off you go. Make sure you say goodbye to Santa. I'm sure he's needed elsewhere too.
She gave Santa a wee wave, who waved and smiled in return. James scurried back across the snow and planted the biggest hug on Santa Claus. He stayed there for ages, squeezing. It melted his heart to feel the gratitude and love from this boy and his family. Once more, the great bearded and suited man kneeled down before James.
Thank you, Santa Claus. You made my wish come true.
James said softly, looking down at his shoes so very shyly.
Oh, James, the pleasure is all mine. It's the least I can do. Either way, I shall be booting myself up the bum for next year. You'll be the first to visit on my list, not the last.
He blushed apologetically.
Oh, that reminds me. There's just one more thing.
Santa then stood and reached across into his sleigh, busying himself for a few moments, being very careful and considerate to whatever it was he was doing. And then he turned back around. From nowhere at all, and snoozing cosily in his arms, all wrapped up in a snuggly blanket, was a puppy. It was a tiny, all-black cocker spaniel, and its wee floppy ears largely hid its eyes, which began to blink sleepily. James was on the brink, eyes damp, as Santa passed him the puppy, which he took so carefully. The wee pooch roused itself, looking up into James's eyes through little hazel wands of its own. It began to lick James's nose. There was no doubt that these two were to become best of friends from that moment onwards. James once more couldn't hold back his heart from speaking the truth.
But Santa, I didn't wish for a dog. How could you have known?
See, some things come to good people, James, even if they themselves do not ask directly for it to become.
A hand then slipped into his jacket pocket again, and Santa pulled out a second letter, which had now been opened. He retrieved it from within the envelope and began to read, gazing down his nose through his wee specs.
Dear Father Christmas, how are you? We hope you've had a good year. How is Mrs. Claus? How are the elves? Thank you again for what you did last year. My dad is staying home and we're going to have an amazing Christmas together. This year, I wish for someone else's family to be together. And if anyone does not have their best friend with them, I wish for that too. I hope that is okay. Merry Christmas, Santa Claus. Love, Rose and Morag the cat.
He then slipped the letter back into his pocket and patted it safe.
You see, James, all good things come full circle in time. And sometimes it's just meant to be.
All the boy could muster was a little nod through happy tears as he swapped gazes between the wee doggo, who he cradled in his arms, and Santa Claus, who climbed back into his sleigh. He knew in that moment that it would take days, weeks, months even for him to finally absorb this had all happened. But as he stood there, his parents now joining him at his side, Santa Claus gave them one last wave before wiggling the reins and sending his reindeer into motion. With all the people in the village watching on, cheering, the sleigh zoomed off into the sky, leaping through the falling snowflakes with a trail of sparkling ice dust in its wake. Up over the church, amongst a burning morning sky, the sun began to rise, sending their world into a golden Christmas Day glow. For many, that Christmas had been like any other, full of toys, gifts, and cheer. But for one young boy in particular, this Christmas was to be one he would never forget. As he watched Santa Claus circle around, heading north across the rising sunshine, Teddy in one hand, Poppy in the other. James, the gentle, thoughtful, and selfless boy, couldn't believe how lucky he had been, that his Christmas wish really had come true. Spices and fruits and scents of fine baking. 'Twas the dawn of the season, all ripe for the taking. Millions of children and grown-ups as well, feeling cosy and festive with the tinkle of sleigh bells. Though for some, Christmas time means more or means less, for the lives we grow into can feel quite the mess, with pain and with fears, simply praying for relief, with our hearts full of burden, more difficult to believe. The mountain air was cold, crisp, and carried a faint scent of pine as Jessie trudged home from school. Her backpack, a slightly too small hand-me-down from her older cousin, weighed heavily on her shoulders, filled with assorted stationery and jotters from a long term. At 13, she had already outgrown it, but she liked the worn feel of the fabric and the way it hugged her back. It was a small rebellion against the newness that seemed to be creeping into every corner of her life. As she reached the outskirts of the village, the first flakes of snow began to drift lazily from the gunmetal sky. The distant chime of a bell announced the start of the holiday season, and with it, the excitement of Christmas. The villagers had been preparing for weeks, their homes now adorned with lights that twinkled in the early evening gloom. The year had been tough. The whispers and giggles in the hallways had turned into outright teasing, and she had become the target of the older kids' jibes. Her clothes were too childish, her laugh too loud and unrefined, her curiosity too unbridled or immature. She had tried to fit in, to be cooler, more composed, and more like them. But it was like trying to stuff a square peg into a round hole. No matter how hard she pushed, she just didn't fit anymore. Her best friend Emily had started spending more time with the popular kids, leaving Jessie to navigate the treacherous waters of adolescence mostly alone. The bond that had once been unshakable was now frayed and fragile, and it seemed to be getting thinner with every passing day. Emily had discovered makeup, boys, and the allure of secrets shared in hushed tones. Jessie felt like she was drowning in a sea of changes she didn't understand. As she passed the village square, she saw the familiar sight of Mr. Thompson setting up his hot cocoa stand. His thick moustache twitched with every word he spoke, and his eyes crinkled with mirth even when he wasn't smiling. He was a staple of the holiday season, and his rich and velvety concoction never failed to warm the cockles of even the coldest hearts. But Jessie felt the warmth of his smile wane as she walked by. She had been his favourite customer, but she knew he saw the sadness in her eyes and the way her steps had lost their spring. The town's Christmas tree loomed over the square, tall and proud, decorated with tinsel and ornaments that had been passed down through generations. It was a symbol of unity and joy, something that Jessie had always loved. Yet, as she approached it, she couldn't help but feel that it was mocking her. The lights were too bright, the colours too garish. It was a stark contrast to the muted greys and whites of the impending winter. Everywhere she looked, the others in the village were gearing up for the most special time of the year. But Jessie couldn't muster the same enthusiasm. The magic of Christmas had begun to feel a size too small for her. The thrill of unwrapping presents and the anticipation of Santa's visit had been replaced with a kind of resignation. It was as if she had outgrown the wonder, and the thought made her feel both sad and a little bit lost. Her mother had noticed changes in her too. The moment Jessie stepped into the warm embrace of her house, the aroma of gingerbread cookies filled the air. Her mother was in the kitchen, mixing dough with a look of determined cheerfulness, trying to coax the Christmas spirit into existence through sheer force of will. She called out, noticing the slump in her daughter's shoulders.
Jessie hen, would you mind checking if your father has brought in the last box of decorations from the attic? That'd be great, thank you.
Jessie nodded, not trusting her voice. The thought of digging through the dusty box filled her with a strange mix of nostalgia and embarrassment. The decorations had been her favourite part of the season when she was younger, but now they seemed like relics from a different life. A life where the biggest problem was whether to leave out milk and cookies for Santa, not the complexities of friendship and fitting in. Her footsteps echoed up the stairs, each step a little heavier than the last. The attic was a cobweb-laden testament to Christmases past, and she felt like an intruder in this space that had once been her sanctuary. The box was in the far corner, half covered by an old quilt that had been her great-grandmother's. She pulled it out with a sigh, the cardboard flaps creaking as they parted. The glitter and tinsel inside caught the light, throwing a kaleidoscope of colour onto the wooden floorboards. Her eyes fell on a paper angel, crumpled but still recognisable. It was the one she and Emily had made together in second year of primary school. The memory of their laughter as they'd painted each other's fingers and stuck them onto the paper to make the wings was a sharp pang in her chest. Jessie felt a surge of anger. Why did she have to grow up? Why couldn't she just stay in this warm, safe place where everything was simple and happy? With a snarl, she grabbed a fistful of tinsel and threw it across the room. The metallic strands unfurled in the air, catching the light like a shimmering snake before landing in a sad heap. It was a futile gesture, but it made her feel a little better. She kicked the box aside and stomped to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed in a vice as she fell onto her bed, the tears coming in a flood that she hadn't allowed herself in months. The posters on her walls, once a bastion of childhood wonder, now seemed childish and out of place. The glow-in-the-dark stars had lost their sparkle, and the cartoon characters looked down at her with empty, unblinking eyes. The room that had once been her sanctuary now felt like a prison cell, trapping her in the life that she had outgrown. Her little brother, Hamish, then burst into the room, his cheeks flushed with excitement. He was 8, still wrapped up in the magic of Christmas. He was singing Jingle Bells at the top of his lungs, his voice a mix of pure joy and slightly off-key notes.
Jessie, you have to come and see.
he exclaimed, hopping from one foot to the other.
Santa's almost here.
Jessie sat up, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. She had always been the one to protect Hamish's belief in the magic of Christmas. But this year, she wasn't sure she had it in her.
Hamish, you know that Santa's just a story, right?
Hamish's smile faltered. He asked, his voice quivering.
But what about the presents? What about all the cookies we leave out?
Jessie took a deep breath, trying to find the right words. She didn't want to crush his spirit, but she also couldn't bear the weight of the lie anymore. She said softly,
The presents are for Mum and Dad, and the cookies are for us.
Hamish's eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, Jessie felt like she had shattered his world. But then his smile returned, and then he began to laugh like the kid he was, giggling uncontrollably. He then blew a big raspberry at her before skipping away, blissfully full of dreams of Santa Claus and his reindeer. Jessie felt a flush of anger and resentment fill her face. Why did she say that? Why did she try and bring her brother down too? But she did resent him a little. She wished she was still naive enough to believe. But Jessie, at the tender age of 13 years old, did not believe in Santa Claus anymore. She couldn't help it. She was falling headfirst into a world where it could no longer be. And she hated it. With overly merry Christmas music chiming from downstairs, she curled up in her bed that night, clutching her big, cuddly, soft toy bear, wondering what to feel. But that night, the answer never did come. As children grow older, their minds spin and race with new ideas and discoveries and worries to chase. Though the spirit of Christmas never actually goes away, it's merely obscured, miraged, simply out for the day. But a little further away, at a place called North Pole, there is no such lack of Christmas spirit. Well, aside from some coal. No, here of all places is where Christmas began. The sanctuary of belief and the home of the main man.
It's only a few more weeks until Christmas Eve, folks. I hope you're all as giddy as me. I can hardly stand still.
Santa's booming voice echoed through the workshop as the elves hustled to tie ribbons and sprinkle glitter on the last batches of toys. His laughter was infectious, bouncing off the high ceilings and blending with the whirring of machines and the rustle of wrapping paper. The air had a sweet aroma of gingerbread and the faint scent of pine needles from the evergreen garlands draped along the shelves. Far away, in the North Pole, where the snow lay thick and the air was as sharp as a frozen needle, Santa Claus bustled about his workshop. It was early December, and preparations for the most magical night of the year were in full swing. The elves, with their tiny hammers and nimble fingers, worked tirelessly, doing what they loved most, crafting toys and treats that would soon bring joy to millions of children. Elf number 7 looked up from her work, her tiny spectacles perched precariously on the tip of her nose. She had a sprinkle of icing sugar on her cheek, a silent testament to the hours of meticulous baking she had put in. The kitchen area was a flurry of activity, with ovens hissing and pans clattering as the gingerbread men took their final shape before being packed away for their journey to children's bellies. Meanwhile, in the corner, the head engineer, Elf McTinker, was putting the finishing touches on a state-of-the-art sleigh that had been commissioned by Santa Claus earlier that very year. It wasn't as if the old sleigh was no use or out of date as such. It was more that the number of believing children in the world was fluctuating like never before in this modern age. So he needed something speedier and more comfortable, swooping in and out of the narrow streets of the ever-expanding world. The sleigh gleamed with freshly polished chrome, its red paint gleaming like freshly picked berries under the warm lights of the workshop. The runners had been sharpened to a fine edge, and the dashboard was adorned with shiny new buttons and levers that promised a smooth and swift ride for Santa and his team of reindeer. The elves had worked tirelessly through the nights, fueled by nothing but hot chocolate and sheer determination. Now, as the clock chimed the top of the hour, Santa strode over to inspect McTinker's handiwork. His eyes twinkled with excitement as he ran a gloved hand over the gleaming dashboard.
My. Oh, looks like she's ready for takeoff, McTinker. Come here. Don't tell Mrs. Claus, but did you make sure to hide a wee secret mince pie compartment inside the glove box, like we talked about?
McTinker, a proud smile etched on his face, nodded vigorously.
Aye, yes, sir. She's got all the latest gadgets. GPS for the ever-changing rooftops, a silent mode for those pesky drones, and even a cup holder for your cocoa.
The other elves gathered around, whispering and pointing at the Sleigh's fancy new features. Santa clapped his hands together, his eyes lighting up.
Stupendous work, McTinker. Simply marvellous. Never seen a more gleaming set of runners in all my days. What do you reckon to a wee test drive, eh? Let's get this load on the road.
He climbed into the sleigh, the plush velvet cushion embracing him like a warm hug. The reindeer, sensing the excitement, began to stir in their stalls. They had been fed and groomed to perfection, their antlers gleaming with tinsel. Then, suddenly, the doors to the grotto swung open, and in a blinding curtain of light, Santa's whole reason for being strolled out from inside, wide and warm smile dressing her beautiful face. The head elf, so to speak, Mrs. Claus, approached with a warm blanket.
Here you go, dear. It's going to be a chilly night. Don't be zooming off without this.
She wrapped it around him with care, and he leaned down to kiss her cheek. Mrs. Claus, ever the organised brain behind Christmas, really, called for the assembly of the Super Elf Scouting Team. This was a group of the most skilled elves, each possessing a unique talent for finding the last-minute additions to the naughty or nice list. They gathered around her, their eyes sharp and focused. She held up a map of the world, the countries outlined in twinkling fairy lights.
As you all know, we've not got too long before Christmas, so I'd like you all to check the list one more time. We don't want to leave even one child without a visit from the main man.
The elves nodded in unison, their faces a mix of excitement and solemn duty. The team dispersed, each elf teleporting to their designated area of the globe. They moved with the grace of dancers and the speed of lightning, their eyes scanning the streets and rooftops for any signs of life that may have been overlooked. They would be gone for a little while as the final preparations began to reach a head. Clutching each other around the arm, Santa and Mrs. Claus strolled back through the workshop and back inside, escaping from the chilly wind that still bit at them, despite being fairly used to it. Christmas was soon to be upon everyone at the North Pole, and just like every year passed, they couldn't wait. With preparations in place and a team well assembled, Christmas was going smoothly with no sign of any trembles. A super sleigh, super wife, Mr. Claus was delighted, and his super duper reindeer so keen to be flighted. But back where we were, just a wee further south, lay a girl lost in thought, chewing hair in her mouth. Despite the lights, the music, and the smell of mince pies, she looked into the night sky with a deep and heavy sigh. Back in Jessie's room, she was lost in the glossy pages of a teen magazine, the latest pop hit playing in the background. Her thoughts were as distant from Christmas as the stars outside her window. The only decorations in the room were the posters of boy bands, their smiles plastic and unreachable. Her parents' cheerful calls from downstairs about decorating the tree felt like a distant echo, a reminder of a joy she used to know but had somehow forgotten. The door creaked open and her mother's head peeked in, her cheeks flushed with the warmth of Christmas spirit.
Jessie, love, are you coming to help us decorate the tree?
Her voice was hopeful, trying to coax Jessie into joining the family tradition that had been a staple of her childhood. Jessie sighed, setting the magazine aside. She hadn't really felt like celebrating this year. Too much had changed, and the magic of Christmas seemed to have faded along with her childhood.
In a bit, Mum.
She mumbled, not looking up. She could hear the disappointment in her mother's sigh, the unspoken plea for her to come downstairs and be a part of the festivities. But she just couldn't muster the energy to pretend. Her gaze drifted to the window, where the snowflakes danced in the glow of the street lamp. Each flake like a perfect crystal, unblemished by the cynicism that had crept into her heart. The world outside looked like a winter wonderland, a stark contrast to the empty shell of her room. She felt a pang of something that she hadn't felt in a long time. A yearning for the simple joy that came from believing in the impossible. Jessie leaned against the cold glass, the heat from her breath fogging it up. She watched the flakes fall, each one a tiny reminder of the countless Christmas Eves she had spent eagerly awaiting the sound of sleigh bells and the rustle of stockings being filled. Despite it not being Christmas Eve yet, stubbornly her eyes searched the night sky, looking for any hint of a sleigh or something to rekindle that spark of hope. But the sky remained equally stubbornly empty, the stars twinkling down indifferently. With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the world, she pushed herself off the windowsill and trudged towards the door. Downstairs, the sound of laughter and the smells of pine, cinnamon and orange peel grew stronger, beckoning her to join. Her little brother's excited chatter about Santa and his reindeer was a siren song she couldn't resist any longer. As she descended the stairs, Jessie's steps grew lighter, her heart warming slightly. She found her family in the living room, the tree standing tall and proud, a kaleidoscope of colours reflected in the twinkling ornaments. Her little brother, Hamish, looked up at her with wide and hopeful eyes. He asked her if she could help him place the star on top of the tree. Her brother's obvious joy only served to remind her of a feeling she once had, but she nodded subtly. Her mother handed her the star with a smile, and Jessie took her place on the stepladder. As she reached up to place the star, she couldn't help but think of the drama at school. The whispers and glances that had become her daily torment. The way her friends had drifted away like snowflakes on a breeze. The tree wobbled slightly, and she tightened her grip on the star, her mind racing with memories of stolen lunches and cruel words scribbled in notebooks. Hamish watched her with unbridled excitement, oblivious to the storm brewing in Jessie's heart. He chattered away about his day, his voice a gentle reminder of the innocence she once had. She forced a smile, trying to push aside the heavy weight of her thoughts. But as she stepped down, the room spun for a moment, and she stumbled, the star slipping from her grasp. It shattered on the floor, glass shards glittering like the broken pieces of her youthful belief. Her mother gasped, and her father rushed to her side. He asked if she was okay, his eyes full of concern. But in a fit of emotional outburst, she cast herself out of the room, running back up the stairs and back into her room. Jessie didn't come back out. No one saw her again that night. No one, that is, apart from a little cloaked figure who watched the whole thing happen, curiously, from the gloom outside. Their wee elfin face glowing softly in the fairy light. Imagination truly is a wonderful place. It's a thing that's ours only, just our own to chase. To be lost in our own world of things we believe. It cannot be measured nor held. It's our own to weave. So remember, no matter what, be you big kid or small, that you hold the key to this world full of awe. Do not forget or ignore, don't neglect your inner dreams. For when you choose to see, imagination is more than it seems. All around the world, the super elf scouting team were hard at work. Elf number 2, known for his eagle-like vision, zoomed in on a small village in Japan. He noticed a child who had just moved there, their name hastily scribbled in at the last minute.
"I've got another one,"
he called out, his voice echoing in the workshop despite being thousands of miles away. Elf number 4, the tech whiz, hacked into various surveillance systems to ensure no child was left out of the festive spirit. His nimble fingers flew over his keyboard, a symphony of clicks and beeps, filling the air as he cross-referenced data from all around the world. He spotted a little girl in South America who had been too shy to write a letter. Her quiet hopefulness was captured by a security camera outside her school, and he made a note to make her Christmas wishes come true. Elf number 3, the master of disguise, blended into the crowded streets of New York City, her pointy hat hidden beneath a knit cap. She had the uncanny ability to read the whispers of children's hearts, and she picked up on a little boy who desperately wished more than anything that he could see his older brother that Christmas. Not wanting to forget him, she murmured to herself, updating the list with a flick of her wrist. Elf number 5, with his exceptional hearing, tuned into the distant chatter of kids across the vast expanse of Europe. He caught the faint hope of a girl in England who hadn't received a single gift for 3 years. Not this Christmas, he vowed, making a mental note to add her to the extra special delivery list. But it was elf number 1, the most observant of them all, who had stumbled across the most stirring thing of all. In a quiet, snow-covered town in Scotland, there was a 13-year-old girl whose heart was still as open and hopeful as a child's in reality, but felt tainted by the process of growing up. She sat alone in her dimly lit room, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The glow from the festive lights outside painted a sad portrait on the wall, illuminating the pile of half-hearted crafts she had made, hoping to somehow generate cheer in a year that had been particularly hard for her. The elf hovered by the window, noticing the stark contrast between Jessie's room and the rest of the house. While the rest of the house was adorned with twinkling lights and garlands, her room remained fairly bare. It was as if the joy of the season had been siphoned off by her own pain. The elf's heart ached as he sensed her anger and the gaping hole where her belief in magic and wonder once dwelt. Her eyes darted to the empty stocking hanging limply on her door handle, and she whispered to herself, something about it being all just a story. Always was, always will be. The elf knew that the girl's situation was delicate. He had seen many children lose their belief in his long years of service. But there was something about her that felt different. Something that called out to the very core of what Christmas did represent. He teleported back to the North Pole, his thoughts racing with the gravity of his feelings. The other elves looked up from their screens, noticing the solemn expression that had washed over his face.
Santa, I think we have a situation.
Santa's jovial demeanour took a moment to shift, his gaze locking on to elf number 1. The gravity of the elf's tone was not lost on him. He leaned in, his expression now one of concern.
Of course, of course. What exactly is the matter?
Elf number 1 took a deep breath, his voice steady despite the urgency bubbling within.
We have a girl in Scotland. She's been through a rough year, and she's lost her belief in us. Her room is as cold as the outside snow. No decorations, no cheer.
The workshop grew quieter than a whisper as the elves exchanged concerned glances. Santa's eyes softened, the twinkle fading for a brief moment. He spoke, stroking his beard thoughtfully.
Well, needless to say, we can't be having that. I'd eat my own hat before I rested, knowing this wee girl's struggles. What's the address?
The elf rattled off the coordinates, and Santa nodded, his mind racing. He knew that this girl's case felt special, and that a case like hers had been long in the making, and that a simple delivery of toys wouldn't be enough to mend the crack in her heart. This called for something more personal, something that would resonate with her deep down. With a knowing look, Santa gestured to elf number 6, who nodded back, scuttling off to fetch Mrs. Claus, who returned with the most concerned look upon her face. And that night, for hour upon hour, Santa, Mrs. Claus, and all the elves came up with their most ambitious plan they'd ever attempted. And so began the planning, the mission, the scheme, to help poor wee Jessie reconnect to her dreams. They thought, thunk, and they thinked. They mused and they pondered, until Mrs. Claus had an idea, one that she wondered. Could it be done? Was it possible? Was it wise or too risky? Santa puzzled and hummed. This was a job for the whiskey. So single malt in hand and a mince pie getting scoffed, he began to believe that they could actually pull this off. It was Christmas Eve, and the crisp air outside was filled with the laughter of children playing in the freshly fallen snow. The streetlights cast a warm glow on the frosty landscape, turning it into a scene straight out of a greetings card. Jessie peered out from her window, her heart feeling as cold as the world outside. She watched the kids from her class building snowmen and throwing snowballs, their giggles piercing the quiet solitude of her room. They were all wrapped up in their winter clothes, their cheeks rosy with excitement. With a sigh, Jessie decided to join them, pushing aside the heavy curtain of doubt and stepping outside into the frosty embrace of the evening. Her boots crunched in the snow, the sound echoing down the deserted street. She approached the group tentatively, their eyes lighting up as they spotted her. They beckoned her over, their chatter about presents and crushes filling the air like the smell of pine that lingered also. Jessie couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at her brother's carefree laughter as he rolled a snowball. His cheeks were rosy with cold, and his eyes sparkled like the stars above. The kids from her class looked up at her, their faces a mix of curiosity and weariness. They hadn't seen her out here in ages. She took a deep breath, the crisp air filling her lungs and clearing her head. Maybe, just maybe, she could find a semblance of the joy she had lost amidst the laughter and camaraderie. As Jessie approached, the chatter of her classmates grew louder. They talked about the latest gadgets they hoped to find under their trees, the movies they had watched, and the boys that they fancied. It was all so trivial, so normal. She found herself smiling, if only for a moment. As they turned to her, expecting her to contribute, she realized she had nothing to say. Her thoughts remained entangled in the thorns of her own troubles, leaving her feeling just as out of place as ever. Hamish looked up, his eyes lighting up at the sight of his sister. He threw a snowball her way, giggling uncontrollably. Jessie couldn't help but laugh, catching it with a flourish. The kids around them watched, a spark of curiosity igniting in their eyes. Maybe she wasn't so different after all, they thought. Maybe she could still be one of them. For a few brief moments, Jessie felt the icy barriers around her heart begin to melt. She rolled a snowball of her own and took aim at Hamish, her eyes alight with mischief. The snowball fight grew more intense, the kids' laughter bouncing off the rooftops. It was a simple joy, but it was enough to distract her from the heaviness that had settled over her like a thick blanket of snow. As the fight wound down, Jessie took a step back, wiping a strand of hair from her face. She looked around at her classmates, their cheeks flushed and eyes sparkling with excitement. It was clear that they had all moved on, seemingly, from believing in Santa. But really, really deep down, Jessie wanted nothing more than to believe like she once did. Almost uncontrollably, like a reaction to her heart, she took a deep breath and plucked up some courage to ask the question that had been weighing on her mind. She began, her voice a bit shaky.
Guys, do any of you still believe?
The laughter that followed was like a slap in the face, a cold blast of reality that stung her cheeks and made her eyes water. Her friends looked at her as if she just suggested that the snowmen they were building might come to life. They giggled and nudged each other, their eyes filled with the kind of amusement reserved for small children or the utterly clueless. One of them scoffed.
Santa? We're too old for that, Jessie.
Jessie's cheeks burned with embarrassment, the heat spreading down her neck and into her chest. She felt like she had just admitted to believing in the Tooth Fairy or that the moon was made of cheese. The snowball fight had been a brief reprieve from her loneliness, but now the weight of her lost belief crashed down on her like an avalanche. She mumbled something about needing to go inside and turned away, her snow boots sinking into the fresh powder as she retreated to the safety of her room. The door clicked shut behind her, and she leaned against it, her eyes stinging. She had hoped, just for a second, that she wasn't the only one holding onto that piece of magic. But as the laughter grew distant, she knew that she was the odd one out. The shards of the shattered star glinted mockingly at her from the floor as she walked up the stairs to her room. She felt foolish for ever thinking that things could be different, that she could find the joy she once knew. The child in us all still lives strong as ever. It deserves to laugh and play, no matter the weather. Jessie was brave. She listened to her voices inside. She opened up her heart with no place to hide. Fear not, dear child. This pain will not last. One day you will see it was an important time past. The ache in your heart is writhing and hissing, but it will help you save the very thing you were missing. Outside, unbeknownst to Jessie, Santa and Mrs. Claus were cruising through the night sky in their state-of-the-art sleigh, the wind whipping at their faces as they soared over the frozen landscapes of the Arctic.
All right, Dancer, Dasher, Prancer, and Vixen, and the rest of you. We've got a few special deliveries to make in Iceland before heading further south. Keep your eyes peeled for any signs of naughty or nice.
Santa called out to his reindeer, his voice carrying on the icy air. The reindeer, ever obedient, bobbed their heads in acknowledgement, their breaths puffing out like little clouds of mist. Mrs. Claus, snuggled under a warm blanket beside him, chuckled.
You always say that, dear,
she said, her voice as warm and comforting as a cup of hot chocolate.
But it's the children's belief that truly guides us. Well, that and your endless appetite for milk and mince pies.
Santa raised an eyebrow, but quickly nodded and conceded the point, his gaze fixed on the GPS of the dashboard as they approached their next destination.
I know, but it's the ones who are slipping through the cracks that we need to find.
He looked over at Mrs. Claus, the light from the GPS casting a soft glow on her kind face.
Children like Jessie.
Mrs. Claus's smile faded, her eyes reflecting the concern she felt for the girl. Santa also nodded solemnly. Mrs. Claus then leaned over the side of the sleigh, her eyes searching the snow-covered rooftops above Reykjavik in Iceland.
I spy with my little eye
she began, playfully.
Something that starts with S.
Santa chuckled, the sound echoing through the quiet night. He knew his wife's keen eyesight was unmatched, even in the dark.
Snowflake.
He guessed, squinting to see the intricate patterns she was likely admiring. Mrs. Claus shook her head, her laughter tinkling like a bell.
Not quite, dear. It's something much more festive.
She winked, her knitting needles continuing their dance as she worked on a scarf that would surely warm the coldest of hearts. Santa squinted into the distance, his eyes scanning the rooftops. He then exclaimed, pointing ahead.
Ah, I see it now. A star atop that wee chimney there.
The sleigh dipped slightly as he leaned over to get a better look, his eyes twinkling with the excitement of the game.
That's close enough. It's time to get to work.
She laughed, placing her knitting down and reaching back to grasp one of the first sack of gifts.
Right you are, Hen. You're the boss.
The sleigh glided over the vast expanses of Iceland, the northern lights painting the sky in a symphony of greens and blues. The elves had packed the sleigh to the brim with presents for the good children, and now they were eager to get to the task of delivering them. One by one, they flitted down the chimneys, their laughter as infectious as the twinkling lights adorning the rooftops. The sound of their tiny boots hitting the floor was met with squeals of delight as sleepy eyes peeked out from behind curtains and warm covers. Santa and Mrs. Claus watched from above, their hearts swelling with joy as the kids' eyes grew wide with wonder. Each delivery brought them closer to Jessie's village, and the excitement grew palpable. The plan for Jessie was not about delivering toys and sweets. It was about restoring the magic she had lost. Mrs. Claus then said, her eyes sparkling,
Look, dear, the lights in Jessie's house are still on. She's probably up, hoping for a miracle.
Santa's expression grew thoughtful as he steered the sleigh ever closer.
Yes, I suspect she is.
In the dark of the night, the village slept, all so peaceful, with snow glistening sweetly on the church and its steeple. Not a sound did stir for an hour or two. All was still, so motionless, so deep and so blue. Christmas Day had come, one way or another, though for the girl she knew it was more for her brother. She wished, she really did, that she felt far less cynical. It would take something extraordinary, she thought, like a Christmas miracle. Jessie's eyes remained glued to the ceiling, the digital clock on her nightstand casting a cold glow in the otherwise dark room. Her thoughts were a tangled mess of doubt and regret, the silence of the night pressing down on her like a heavy blanket. The muffled sound of her parents' snores from the room next door served as a stark reminder of the warmth and the love she felt so far from. Her gaze drifted to the empty and fruitless stocking hanging on her door handle, the only suggestion in her room that it was Christmas at all. She had gone to bed early, trying to force herself to believe in the magic she had felt slipping away. But as the hours ticked by, she found sleep to be as elusive as the belief she had lost. She remembered how she used to struggle to sleep because of how excited she was about Santa visiting. How she'd be awake with thrill at 4:30 in the morning and desperate for her parents to get up too. But obviously they would tell her to go back to bed, please. Those days felt so long ago. The house was still. The only sound, the occasional pop and crackle from the dying embers in the fireplace downstairs. Jessie felt like the last person in the world who was awake, a solitary sentinel in the sea of slumber. She threw the covers off her and tiptoed over to the window, the chill from the glass seeping into her skin. The world outside was a canvas of twinkling lights, a stark contrast still to the bareness of her own room, despite it being Christmas Day. Each house on the street was adorned with colourful decorations, their windows reflecting the warm glow of festive cheer. In one window, she could see a tree laden with gifts, its lights casting shadows that danced playfully across the floor. In another, much to her surprise, a family sat around a table, sharing stories and laughter over steaming mugs of tea and hot chocolate, even in the wee hours. They all looked happy. At least she wasn't truly alone anymore. Jessie felt a pang of something. Longing. The lights and decorations looked so inviting, so full of the magic she had once known. She placed her hand against the cold glass, the warmth from inside the house creating a foggy handprint. Her breath made little puffs of mist as she exhaled, the chilly air reminding her of the countless Christmas Eves she had spent eagerly watching the skies. But then she saw something that made her heart skip a beat. There, in the quiet street, stood a small cloaked figure, barely visible against the backdrop of the snow-covered garden. Jessie squinted, her eyes straining to make out the form. It was too small to be a person, yet it moved with a curious purpose, as if it had a mission to fulfill. The figure waved up to her, and she blinked hard. Was she dreaming? Hallucinating from lack of sleep and a desperate yearning for the past, perhaps? But it waved again, more insistently this time, beckoning her down. Jessie felt a strange pull, as if the universe itself was whispering a secret in her ear. She knew she had to go, had to find out what this was about. Her feet hit the stairs with silent urgency. The cold wood floor of the hallway, a stark contrast to the warmth of her bedroom. She pulled on her thickest winter coat and her favourite boots, the ones with the fur lining that her grandma had knitted for her. The door to the house clicked shut behind her, the sound echoing through the stillness like a gunshot. The cloaked figure waited patiently, its form quivering slightly in the cold. As Jessie approached, it grew clearer. It was an elf, no taller than her knee, with a pointed hat and a smile that seemed too wide for its tiny face. The elf's eyes sparkled like the stars above, and in its hand it held a small velvet pouch that looked suspiciously like it was filled with something important. The elf whispered to her, its voice as soft as snowfall.
Jessie, I've been sent from the North Pole. I have a gift for you.
Jessie's eyes widened, a mixture of surprise and skepticism.
You're really?
She murmured, the words barely escaping her lips. The elf nodded vigorously, its hat bobbing up and down. It extended the velvet pouch towards her, its eyes gleaming with a mischievous excitement. Her hand trembled as she took it, the fabric soft and warm to the touch. Inside, she felt something small, yet heavy, the weight of it giving her heart an unexpected jolt. Slowly, she pulled out a tiny key made of pure, gleaming gold. It was attached to a delicate chain, and it glowed faintly in the moonlight.
So, what is it?
She asked, her voice hushed with wonder. The elf's smile grew wider, if that was even possible.
This is the key to the heart of Christmas. With it, you can unlock the magic that has been buried beneath your doubt and pain. But remember, the magic is yours to keep or lose. It's what you choose to believe in that truly matters.
Jessie looked down at the key in her hand, her heart racing. It felt warm, as if it held a piece of the sun itself. She looked up at the elf, her eyes searching its tiny, hopeful face.
What do I do with it?
She asked, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation.
You must follow your heart, Jessie. This key will lead you to the place where you can rediscover the magic of Christmas. But you must believe, truly believe, for the lock to open.
Jessie looked at the key, the gold glinting in the moonlight. She felt a warmth spread right through her, a warmth she hadn't felt in a very long time. It was as if the key itself was whispering a promise of hope into her very soul. She nodded, a determined look crossing her face. With trembling hands, she lifted the key and inserted it into the thin air right in front of her. For a moment, everything was still, so quiet she could hear the distant toll of a faraway church bell. Then, with a sound like a million whispers turned into a shout, the air shimmered and parted, and before her appeared dozens, if not hundreds, of other tiny elves, just like the one stood before her. Jessie was speechless and totally mesmerized. The elves all smiled a friendly smile to her. Then their eyes trained up, and Jessie's eyes followed their gaze to the inky black sky above. A twinkle grew brighter and brighter still, until it was a blaze of light, streaking through the heavens like a comet. Her heart thundered in her chest as the sleigh grew larger, descending into the village square with a grace that defied gravity. The reindeer's breath steamed in the cold air, and their bells jingled merrily, a symphony of Christmas cheer. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the sleigh touched down, the runners leaving no marks on the unblemished snow. It was real as the cold breeze that stung her cheeks. The elf beside her gave her a gentle nudge forward, its smile encouraging.
Go on, the magic awaits you.
As Jessie approached the sleigh, the side door swung open with a creak, and out stepped Santa Claus and Mrs. Claus, their warm smiles lighting up the night like the stars above. She had seen them in countless films and pictures, but nothing could have prepared her for the sheer wonder of seeing them in the flesh. They were so much more than the cardboard cutouts she had seen at the shopping centres. They were the embodiment of the Christmas spirit itself, just like she'd imagined as a young child.
Jessie,
Santa said, his voice a gentle rumble that seemed to shake the very ground beneath her feet.
we've heard about what you've been going through, and it is quite marvellous to finally meet you.
He looked at her with eyes that saw straight through to her soul, and Jessie felt her knees wobble. Mrs. Claus stepped closer, her warm hand on Jessie's arm.
It's not easy growing up and facing the world, but you mustn't let go of the magic that lies within you.
Jessie looked at the couple before her, their faces a blend of kindness and understanding that she hadn't seen for a long time. She felt the weight of the key in her pocket, a physical reminder of the hope that had been kindled within her.
What do you mean?
She asked, her voice barely a whisper. Santa smiled, his eyes twinkling bright.
You've been through so much, Jessie, and you will go through a lot more in your future. But you must remember that the true magic of Christmas lies in the heart. It's not the gifts or the decorations. It's the love and the joy you share with others. So long as you choose to believe, Jessie, the magic will never leave you.
Mrs. Claus nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with warmth.
We've been watching over you. We know you've had a tough time, but we believe in you. You have the power to bring the magic back into your own heart, and by doing so, you can share it with everyone around you.
The invitation was sudden, but it was as if the words themselves were wrapped in a warm embrace. Santa gestured with his hand to the sleigh, offering to Jessie.
Would you like to join us for a little ride? And I think it might help remind you of the joy you felt when you were just a wee cherub. I'll even let you drive for a wee bit too, just no loop-the-loops. That's the only rule.
Jessie's eyes widened in astonishment, and she nodded, not trusting her voice to form coherent words. She had never felt so alive, so filled with a childlike wonder that had been buried for so long. beneath layers of doubt and sadness. As she climbed into the sleigh, the cold night air stung her cheeks, but she didn't care. This was the real magic she had been longing for. Santa gave the reins a hearty shake, and with a powerful leap, the reindeer took to the skies. Jessie gripped the sides of the sleigh, her heart racing with excitement. She looked over her shoulders to see her classmates running out of their houses, pointing up at the sky, mouths wide open in total disbelief. Then she saw her house shrinking into the distance, her parents standing in the doorway, their eyes glistening with happiness and pride. They had watched her retreat into herself over the years, and now they watched as she was swept away into a world of wonder they hadn't dared to believe in themselves. There Jessie was alive again, forever changed, forever a believer. She was the girl who believed in Santa Claus.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all good night.
Was the night before Christmas, beneath a million stars. A crescent moon shone brightly, as did Jupiter and Mars. The snowflakes fell heavily. Vast forests turned to white. These great glens of Scotland were so magical at night. From the cover of shelter you'd ventured this eve, for your log fire is dying. More wood you must retrieve. But under the soft moonlight, you were not to know yet. A Christmas miracle would arise. that you'll never forget. Attempting to keep as much heat in your hands as possible, you huff and puff your warm breath into your gloves, clapping and rubbing them together. It feels like a losing battle, but a battle you're willing to partake in regardless. It's a bitter Christmas Eve in the Glens, well below zero. The icy night air freezes your nose and airways with every breath. But in a funny way, you quite like the feeling. There are many things which make you feel Christmassy. The smell of mixed spices, cinnamon and warm baking apples, seeing the bright red holly berries sparkle between the glossy and prickly leaves. Eating your very first mince pie of the season, which, by the way, cannot be consumed before December. That's the law. And of course the steamy and fragrant process of mulling your own wine with oranges, cloves, and cinnamon sticks. They are all a true feast for your Christmas spirit. But among them, that sensation of the dry, freezing cold coursing through your nose and lungs tells you that it couldn't possibly be any other time of year but Christmas. Having taken a short walk from your warm bothy in search of more firewood, you eventually come across the small pile which you'd previously stacked but a few days before. even beneath a few inches of fresh, powdery snow. The pile is fairly visible at the edge of the woods. Clasping as many pieces of deadwood as you can, notwithstanding all of your thick, toasty clothes getting in your road, you manage to hoist a decent batch. Enough to see you through the night, that's for sure. Traipsing through the ankle-deep snow, you make your way back towards shelter. Your wee BOTHY, glowing toastily in the middle distance. Every muffled footstep is still the loudest thing in the glens, bar the hooting owls, of course. But it's only because of the perfectly idyllic rural setting in which nothing exists apart from you and nature. This is your happy place. And what a wonderful place to spend your Christmas Eve. Aside from your wee radiant cabin, glowing a soft orange from the fire inside, the entire surrounding landscape is a vast panorama of blues. The mountains either side of the glen are the darkest of the lot. A deep marine hue, like shadows against the night sky, which itself is a shade or two paler. Against the sky, a million stars twinkle and shine from horizon to horizon. Admiring a few constellations you can identify, a slim crescent moon adds further beauty to the solar, stratospheric painting above. Although slim, the moon still shines brightly and makes the snow on the ground sparkle and glow like celestial neon. It all looks very cold indeed. And that's because it is. Good job then, that you are nearly back towards the heat of the BOTHY. The wee chimney is still letting out faint wisps of smoke. A good sign. On approach to the sloping, snow-covered shape of your home, you cannot help but pause to admire your Christmas tree. Positioned not too far from the front of your BOTHY, in a patch of open ground, was your wonderfully bejeweled Nordman fir tree, still alive and well and growing where it stands. Every year, around the same time, you decorate it in all manner of lovely things. Red and golden baubles, little fairy lanterns, each with their own crackling tea lights shining brightly in the night. Fresh pine cone that you'd tied small bits of string around. They really do glisten on these cold nights when they catch the frost. And, of course, on top, a real shining star. Years back, you'd carved the star from solid wood, but, much to your joyful surprise, once it had weathered a snow blizzard or bared a harsh frost, the star seemed to reflect every tiny bit of light which hit it, just like a perfectly cut diamond would glisten and glitter. It was truly magical, and something you'd never been able to truly explain, for it seemed unreal. But tonight, beneath the moonlight, it shines as brightly as it ever has. The whole Christmas tree gives you that wonderful, warm feeling inside. The generous splash of colour it wears on its sleeve, stark against the bleak winter wonderland. With just a little more passing admiration and pride, you make for the front door of your pinewood bothy. Nearing the door, you note the icicles drooping from the gable ends, and the wreath you'd made from holly, ivy, and pine cones. Carefully balancing your collected fuel and cautiously kicking the snow from your boots, you reach for the doorknob, ready for a swift exchange from outside to in. So as not to lose too much heat from inside. You want to move quickly. So with a quick twist and sidestep, the door whooshed open on its hinges, and you're in. With an enormous shudder, the last of the cold air clinging to you against the relentless warmth dissipates. That's much, much better. A little scan of the basic room fills you with a sense of safety, security, and calm, like nothing else can. Besides the light from the fireplace, to your left, on the frontal wall, and the wonderfully mellow glimmer and gleam from your other wee Christmas tree, all is dark. Obviously, you have one tree for outside and one for in, don't you? Of course you do. The details in the pine cross sections
used to panel the walls still stand out like works of art in their own right. Busy shadows flicker on the wall, finding edges, nooks, and crannies in which to linger peacefully. It's a small room, but more than functional. A large fold-out bed doubles as a sofa, which sits obediently parallel to the master of the room. An impractically imposing and dense coffee table, which is hewn from the richest woods. In the simplicity of the rest of the room, it's rather intriguing, if a little obnoxious. Yet somehow it fits the feel. Warm, sturdy, and rugged in an indestructible sense. Lying centerpiece, a bowl of your own Christmas-spiced potpourri, made from oranges, apples, and cloves. This sits accompanied by your precious battery radio, which faintly crackles with some baseless Christmas carols. There are 3 cross-pane windows, 2 on the front of the BOTHY, and 1 on the rear wall. All of which are lightly steamy from condensation. A good stoke of the fire should sort that right out in just a wee moment. Taking up position in front of the open pit fireplace, you use your thin pokey stick to shuffle some embers around, stirring up the fiery splints. Once you're happy that a suitable bed is made, a good few of your logs are balanced on top. They take to the flame after a minute or two once they'd warmed up themselves. As it's quite dark, you light a few candles. Taking your box of precious matches, you strike one on the sandpaper, enjoying the firework display that is igniting phosphorus. And take the match to 3 different candles in different parts of the room. In merely moments, the whole place feels a lot more comfortable. A lovely, cozy, Christmassy den. Perfect. Right. That's enough chores. It's Christmas Eve, for goodness sake. It's about time you enjoyed yourself a little before winding down for the night. Now, where in Robert the Bruce's kilt is that bottle of sherry? There it is, over on the worktop by the kitchenette. Taking a small crystal cut glass from a nearby shelf, as well as helping yourself to a couple of small mincemeat pies you'd made earlier that day. You settled on the sofa and wrapped a shawl around your legs and feet. Despite your fluffy boots, your toes still needed a little defrosting by the fire. Is there a more delightful combination than sherry and spiced fruit? Tucking into the teeny weeny pies, you couldn't think of one. The spicy, rich, and musky sherry complements the crisp, short crust pastry and moist, boozy, luxurious mincemeat so wonderfully well.
as the flames of the fire take hold of their formerly frozen fuel. The flames erupt in newfound vigour. Practically shielding your face from the radiating heat. You quickly warm up and actually find yourself abandoning your shawl entirely. As with every fire you make, a moment or two is taken to allow the ferocious yet soothing elegance of the fiery embers to stir your soul a little. Before you even realize, many minutes pass where all you do is gaze right into the heart of it. A wee thought crosses your mind. Before bed, you mustn't forget the most important task of all. Hopping back across to the worktop, you take a small plate and on it place another couple of your mince pies and a handful of carrots. A second glass of sherry is poured, and you place both the plate and the sherry down on the hearth of the fire, ready for Santa Claus and his reindeer. It sounds daft, of course, but it's a tradition you'd done since you were only wee, and your parents involved you with. They'd say, it's very important to give Santa Claus some energy on his long night of working all around the world. And for the reindeer too. That's why we give them the carrots. Oh, and the sherry? We hear that's what he likes best. Enthralled by the proposition of providing the big man himself with fuel to help his night along, you loved this idea. And so, every morning, when you woke at a time so antisocial, you were often sent back to bed it never ceased to excite and amaze you. When all that remained of the provisions were a few crumbs, the leafy bits of the carrots, and an empty sherry glass. In the years to come, you did get slightly more suspicious of the moans of alleged headaches from your parents. But this wasn't the most amusing and frankly endearing part of your discoveries. What tickled you the most was that someone must have gone at most of a dozen carrots like a wood chipper. And so, content that the big man and all his reindeer's provisions were all in place, even though you knew you'd end up just consuming them yourself tomorrow. You blow out the candles, pull the bed out, and settle yourself beneath the covers. Through sleepy eyes, the twinkling of the baubled tree and the gentle crackling fire were enough to send you to sleep in little more than an instant. Or perhaps it was the sherry. A sound in the night stirs you, or is it two? What is that? A fox? A mouse? Or even a shrew? No, this noise is more than just a squeak. It's a grunt or a bark, not something so weak. Tossing and turning, your eyes still so shut, you begin to wake up when hearing the ruts, the stomping of hooves, the jingle of reins, sounds not so familiar, yet distinctive all the same. Finally, at last, you wake up and think that it's not just some hooves, but there's a noise by the sink. Slowly and carefully, you turn where you lie, craning and fearful of what you may find. A ghoul, a goblin, or perhaps even an elf. But no. Sipping sherry by the fire is the big man himself. Santa Claus? Is that you? You whisper through the thin night air. With a swift turn away from the fireplace, half-eaten mince pie in hand, the old man cries, "Oh, heavens above! You startled me, my dear." In your semi-conscious state, you still aren't sure if you're dreaming or not. But steadily, and with every passing second, your eyes widen with a mixture of shock, awe, and joy. You can't believe it. Stooped down beside the smouldering embers of the fire, fully clad with fluffy red and white trimmed suit, is Santa Claus. His kind, twinkling eyes glint behind thin-rimmed spectacles, which themselves balance on his rosy red nose. His great white beard drapes to mid-chest level, resting on his rather portly belly. Beneath which a large, thick, black belt buckles snugly. They are doing an adequate job at keeping his big red breeks from falling down past his shiny black boots. You suppose the mince pie might help that cause a little. I didn't mean to wake you up, my dear. I hope I wasn't making too much noise. speechless and unable to find the words to describe the emotions you were juggling. You simply shake your head from side to side with a wee groggy smile. Affording a glance towards your Christmas tree, you spy a wee gift all wrapped up beneath the branches. You suppose he placed it there before you woke up. These mince pies are simply delightful, I must say, Santa Claus says, with an embarrassed, rosy-cheeked smile, gesturing towards the now empty plate and sherry glass. And is there a more perfect combination than to have them with a little glass of sherry? Naturally, you are inclined to agree. But something else is gone from the plate too. The carrots. You add 2 plus 2 together in your mind, and Santa clocks your thoughts as you stare at the empty vessels. Yes, I've given the reindeer your carrots. They are very grateful, he says with an enormous big smile. Would you like to come outside and meet them? You can hardly believe your ears, or eyes for that matter. None of what you're experiencing feels like it makes any sense. Santa Claus is really here, and he's inviting you outside to meet his reindeer. It's like you're a child again, living your perfect Christmas fairy tale. With a still sleepy but enthusiastic nod, you gratefully agree and hastily slip on your boots over your pyjamas and throw on your biggest, coziest Parker jacket. Santa Claus leads the way. Big hefty boots appearing to stomp across the floorboards. Yet he moves so silently. Years of practice, you suppose. He cracks the front door, and the cold hits you like an anvil. But that's soon forgotten as the fairy tale continues with what you see before your very eyes. Blinking hard, urging yourself to wake up from your dream, if that's what's happening. You squint through bleary, ice-blasted eyes to see 9 beautiful, grey and patchy brown reindeer, all tied together in 2 parallel lines, shackled to Santa Claus's big sleigh. They stand there so patiently and proudly, every single one of them with the most majestic, velvety and soft to the appearance antlers. But of course, at the head of the lines, leading them all, is who you suppose is Rudolph. His faintly glowing red nose hiding nothing at all. It's not a beacon of light, as stories and songs would have you believe. At least not at ground level. Maybe once they're in the air, he just switches it on like a light bulb. Down here, it's got just a wee ruby tinge. Still, you can see where the song was inspired from. As if by instruction, all of them give you a wee nod and a grunt of greeting. Santa nods sideways himself, beckoning you to go and say hello. One by one, you shuffle through the snow, stroking their heads, scratching their ears, and, of course, booping their noses. Rudolph didn't appreciate this so much. You think he's grown a little wearisome of nose-related activities. You guess you understand. Each of them wears a collar, on which their name tags are displayed so clearly. Dasher, Dancer, Prancer and Vixen. Comet, then Cupid, Donner and Blitzen. And, of course, Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. All as handsome and gorgeous as the last. Beneath the stars and the warm lights from the Christmas tree, it was truly a magical sight. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Santa Claus wiggle a few gloved fingers in the direction of your Christmas tree. Was it just your imagination? Or did your wooden star sitting on the top just glow a little brighter? How about we go and get you back in some warmth, my dear? Santa suggested. We are used to this cold in the North Pole, but I can see your lips turning blue from here. Almost reluctantly, you suppose he's right, and agree to go back inside. You still can't believe what's happening, and don't want to say goodbye to the reindeer just yet. But with a kind and comforting arm, Santa guides you back indoors, shutting the door behind him with a clunk. How about we get this fire going again? It's rather chilly in here, don't you think? But before you could even register the question, the fire was roaring healthily, with a number of good Yule logs taking centre stage. How on earth did he do that? He raised flames from the embers as if by magic. With a look of dumbfound on your face, Santa just winks, a kind-hearted wink, and says, "Some things are best kept a secret." Climbing back into your bed, feeling the residual heat from your covers reacquaint itself with your body. You suddenly feel very tired all over again. At the same time, however, you're reeling with excitement. How can you possibly go to sleep now? Santa perches again by the fire, rubbing his enormous, chilly hands together, gathering a bit of heat himself. How about this? Just before I go and get on with my deliveries, I read you one of your favourite stories. It might help you get back to sleep. With this suggestion, he simultaneously reaches a hand into the inner pocket of his big red coat and pulls out a small blue book. Squinting through the gloom, you catch a glimpse of the cover. It reads, "Warm Bothy on a Winter's Night" by Snooze with Sam. Again, you can't conceal your smile. How did he know? It's one of your favourite bedtime stories, especially around Christmas time. Lying back in your bed, you get a little comfier and cozier, tucking the big quilts around your body, sealing in the heat. Between the crackling, spitting fireplace and the wee Christmas tree in the corner, Santa Claus perched on his stool, fiery flames lighting up one side of his face, soft, festive tea-light glow and bauble shimmer lighting up the other. Opened the book on the first page. If you are comfortable, my dear, I shall begin. After a long day hiking in the Highland wilderness, you have arrived at your overnight stay. Somewhere north of Ellendonnan Castle, near the Isle of Skye, a little stone bothy looms out of the gloom towards you. Amidst the towering glens on either side, mere black shadows against the inky, crystal clear twilight sky. Moving closer over the frosty blades of grass towards your shelter, you take note of a warm orange glow escaping through the windows, dissipating into the evening air. You had hoped those staying ahead of you would have kept a fire alive for your arrival. Could it be? As you crunch towards the bothy, placing a hand on the heavy timber door, you ease it open with a creak, cautiously stepping through the threshold, and, to your joy, through an invisible wall of heat. There, slightly to your left, toward the far wall of the single room building, is a fire. healthy, fully fueled, radiating warmth in all directions. Your cheeks turn rosy. Your fingers tingle from the change in temperature. It must be 25 degrees inside. A stark change from the sub-zero bitterness of the glen. With the change in heat comes a sudden, fierce wave of tiredness. You need to rest. You want to sleep. You've been on your feet all day, fighting off the cold with your heavy down jacket. But the chill has still found its way through the small gaps and to your toes especially. All you want now is to get into your bed, all cozy by the roaring fire. You undress and unpack your sleeping bag and bedsheet, stretching the latter over the deep, soft, squishy mattress, lying merely 2 meters from the fire. It looks so inviting, already having soaked up the radiating heat from the fireplace. Sliding into your sleeping bag, you are met with an initial sharp chill, which almost instantly resides as your body heat replaces the cooler air. Tides of relaxation wash over you as your own heat bounces back towards you, wrapping around like a thermal blanket. Embracing this desperately needed warmth, your eyes become heavy, barely able to keep themselves open. Noting the flickering flames and the wee crackles and hisses of the healthy fire, you descend into a world of darkness as your eyes fall shut. What's that sound? A distant tawny owl hooting a little night chorus into the darkness, without destination. Maybe It's celebrating, having found its dinner for the evening, able to take it back to the nest. Or maybe the owl is calling out for a mate, trying to find another owl to cozy down with for the evening. Who knows? The call is far away. The owl likely perched motionless in a quietly icing tree. Its enormous eyes peering curiously out into the gloomy night. A predator so efficient, yet effortlessly elegant. You wonder how old the owl is. Is it a young juvenile? In the early years of its wise old life? Or maybe it is, in fact, a wise old owl. One of experience and expertise, keeping the legend alive. The old owl would have seen the daily comings and goings of many an adventurer like yourself. The wandering herds of red deer, comprising of dozens of does, and the mightiest, majestic stags. Their vast antlers towering towards the sky, seeming to defy what's possible for an animal to grow. Yet they move as if they are not even there. The intricate, purposeful structures, weightless on their heads. Other than the occasional rut and bark from interested males. They move silently beneath the equally silent flying owl, gliding above, moving across the land like a mobile landmark. During the daytime, they climb higher up the glen, grazing and feeding on the tender, untouched grasses and shoots. When darkness looms, they leave the higher altitudes to return to the basin of the glen, where it is not only warmer, but more sheltered, and where they can drink. Running through the midline of the glen, weaving and wandering around like a disorientated worm, is a river. Because of the winter temperatures, the edges are freezing, like they're trying to reach across to the other side. At some points, there is only a metre gap or so between the frozen sheets stretching out from each bank. The river itself flows slowly, without drama, barely a sound. The foot of the glen so flat it provides nearly no gradient at all. Foot by foot, metre by metre, mile by mile, the icy water crawls through the vibrant, frost-bitten landscape. The silence is almost deafening. Where is the water going? How long will it take to reach the sea? A day? Perhaps a week? Or even as long as a month? A lone autumnal oak leaf floats delicately down the river, carried by the relentless, leisurely current. It never seems to leave the middle, constantly guided and redirected by eddies and slight increases in flow. Beyond the leaf, the small BOTHY sits, slightly elevated above water level. Inside, a fire burns, spitting and crackling. A warm orange glow escaping through the windows, dissipating into the evening air. A cozy home for the night. The last thing you remember that Christmas Eve was Santa placing the book down and silently leave. Through the front door and out to his dear, with footsteps so soft he could have simply disappeared. Boarding his sleigh and tugging the reins, the reindeer take off, free from constraints. Though maybe just a dream, you cannot know yet. It was a Christmas Eve miracle that you will never forget. The following morning, you wake up, dazed and a little confused. What a strange night. You had such vivid dreams. Shaking your head and clearing your mind, you begin to rise up from your bed. But then you notice a small note on the coffee table. Written in the most beautiful handwriting, it simply says, "Thank you for believing in me. With love, Santa Claus." And at the very bottom, P.S. Something a little boozy and sherry-like beneath the tree. Maybe a good idea for the folks. They always pinch my sherry. Welcome to Snooze with Sam. Ambient sleep stories, meditations, and ASMR from Scotland. This story is called Hogwarts on Christmas Eve. the excitement is tangible. The whole of Hogsmead buzzes like a hive of festive bees, all hurrying to get their last-minute festivities underway. It's an amazing sight. Every wizard and witch seems to be here, all wrapped up in layer upon layer of warm, wintry clothing, desperately trying to keep out the cold on this Christmas Eve. But you don't feel the cold, for you are too busy soaking up the atmosphere with wide eyes and the most cheerful of smiles. Well, maybe you do feel the cold, after all, as you subconsciously pull your cloak and parka closer around your midriff, isolating a stray icy breeze. Thankfully, you've already finished the majority of your Christmas shopping, so you don't have to battle the crowds in an effort to fetch gifts for your friends and family. Quite simply, you are here purely to drench yourself in the atmosphere of this wonderful time of the year. Embracing the love and care everyone so willfully radiates. Walking down Hogsmead High Street, scanning your eyes high and low, left and right. The village hustles and bustles with all sorts of goings on. It is a feast for the eyes, ears, and wee chilly red nose. Every thatched roof cottage and shop is covered by the crispest snowfall. Small icicles dangling from their gable ends. Only last night did the overcast clouds above drop a lovely soft carpet of fresh powder, much to the excitement of every student come the morning. Today, the high street has been packed and compounded by 1,000 footsteps. But the smallest snowflakes still drift down from the clouds above to the earth below, riding the still air. By the side of the road, every tree glistens with snow, like someone's dusted them with icing sugar. Between the trees, as well as amongst the branches of some, adding to the shimmer and glitter of the snow, hundreds of enchanted candles glow and flicker like wee fairies hanging in space. They move and sway ever so gently in the light breeze, giving everyone below a little extra light in which to pick their next path through the snow and crowds. You pass some of your favourite places to spend your free time. Honeydukes, the one and only sweet shop worth visiting, in your humble opinion. Stepping a little closer to the steamed up windows, you can feel your face light up from the glow inside as you peer in. There are shelves upon shelves of the most succulent looking sweets imaginable. Creamy chunks of nougat, shimmering pink squares of coconut ice, fat, honey-coloured toffees, hundreds of different kinds of chocolate in neat rows. There is a large barrel of every flavour beans, and another of fizzing whiz-bees, the levitating sherbet balls that Ron had mentioned. You can nearly feel your teeth aching at the mere sight of all these treats. You've got plenty of things like this already in your dorm, so maybe best to move on before you pillage the entire shop. Moseying further down the street, there is barely any room to squeeze between the excited bustle of witches and wizards. All of them darting from door to door of the village establishments. Zonko's Joke Shop, an ever-popular place, but at this time it is absolutely hoaching around Christmas. Full of friends who are desperate to prank their peers, with or without even the mildest of invitations. Tomes and scrolls, a beautiful little bookshop, still stands suitably peaceful on your right. It would feel wrong if a place such as this, full of knowledge and literary tranquility, was to become overladen by loud and noisy students. You admire the bookkeep, peering over their nose through thin-rimmed spectacles, flicking through a fictional tale, occasionally watching the world go by. Next up, the Three Broomsticks Inn. The inn echoed with tipsy patrons, a constant stream of stumbling bodies falling out of the door, whilst simultaneously tagging their mates to go in and take their place. The herbology shop of dogweed and deathcap carried on about its business as usual. Scrivenshaft's quill shop was certainly cashing in on the crowds by the looks of it, as so many people rushed to gift their loved ones a beautiful new writing instrument. The hairdressing salon is busy with those after a seasonal trim. You can see Dominic Maestro in his music shop, simply letting his musical instruments sell themselves. Oh aye, of course. There's Gladrag's Wizard Wear, one of your favourite clothing shops. It does stock normal clothes, if you can even call them that. But one of your favourite things to buy there is some of their famous, frankly lurid and garish socks. You can also purchase ones which scream when they get too smelly. But, of course, you wouldn't know, obviously. Next along the cosy candlelit street was Ollivander's one shop and Madame Puddifoot's tea shop. The latter was brimming with friends and couples, all keen to huddle up and get a good blether over a warm and steaming brew. There's so much to take in. But as you stroll down the road, hearing the muffled crunches of your boots in the snow, you feel suitably festive and satisfied with your afternoon. Time to head back to Hogwarts, you think. You feel in need of a warm brew yourself for a start. For the cold is now starting to reach your toes. Leaving the Christmassy chaos of Hogsmead behind you, you hurry yourself through the fallen snow, bracing yourself against the increased wind out in the open. Keeping your head tucked down, each passing peer and friend gets an excited wave and hello. but it's very brief, because everyone appreciates the need to find a bit more shelter. The snowflakes may only be small, but once a whipping wind carries them, they become little nose numbers in no time. Through the grounds of the school you shuffle, speeding past gates, through doorways and chilly corridors, ever more desperate to feel warm as time passes. Is that a fire you can hear? Definitely your imagination just teasing you. Although you do hope and trust that when you do reach the common room, the fireplace will be roaring. Finally, you're inside the main buildings. A little less cold, but still not what you'd call hospitable. Nodding to the great scholars and important people in the paintings on the walls, as you always do, and they always appreciate. You hurry up the foyer steps, leaving snowy footprints on the rugs and wooden floorboards as you go. The janitor will not appreciate that. Upon reaching the common room door, you shiver the worst of the cold away as you utter the password through trembling lips. Painfully slowly, the doorway opens, taking its sweet time. But oh, there it is. Warmth. The fireplace. Is this what bliss feels like? Surely it must be. Through the threshold you step, closing The great heavy door behind you with a deep bassy clunk. Your whole bodily tension drains away from you. The heat from the fireplace on the far wall engulfing you. You do love the common room. It's such a lovely place to spend time and relax. It's full of old books, lovely ancient artwork, and bonny, ornate furniture dating back centuries. Most of it crafted from dark stain mahogany or oak wood. In the centre of the room, big squishy leather Chesterfield sofas huddle around the huge log-burning fire. Small side tables, oil lamps, and candles scattered around as essential ancillaries. Between long hanging curtains, the windows looking to the outside are plastered in snowfall. Every window frame ledge gathering flakes. It looks very cold indeed. A timely reminder of where you've just come from. But no longer are you cold. Your nose and ears turn red hot as the circulation returns to them. Ron, Hermione, and Harry knew you were coming back around this time. And, as they always seem to do, bless them, you can see one of them has left you a mug of steaming hot chocolate. They've left it on the coffee table in front of the fire presumably to keep it as warm as possible. How sweet of them. They really do look after you so well. Kicking off your boots and removing your parka. They are hung up by the fire to heat up and dry. Before settling, you lift the box of matches on the table and light the nearest candle to your soon-to-be nest. It lights with little complaint, as it was probably near to self-combusting in this hot room anyway. Picking up the mug of cocoa and nestling in your favourite seat in the corner of one of the nearest sofas to the fire, you can finally relax. Allowing your shoulders to fully untense. An enormous wave of calm floods your system. You breathe a deep sigh, close your eyes, and take a little sip from the still hot mug. That is much better. Oh, you almost forgot. You've got a few presents, which you've been told to open tonight. Placing your mug back on the table, you reach down the side of the sofa to a small pile of mostly neatly wrapped gifts, fit with lovely wee bows and ribbon. Every year you insist that you don't want or need any gifts. But just as you do yourself, you know that they all love to give on Christmas. Taking the first one from the small pile, you read the label. With love, from Hagrid. Bless him. This one's rough and readily wrapped, as you'd expect from him. His big hands would struggle to deal with such intricate work. You're just surprised it's not squished. Peeling the corners of the paper away, you pull out from within a wee tin of treacle fudge. What a wonderful gift. He always gives you some. Every year. You think he enjoys it more himself, probably. Thank you, Hagrid, you think to yourself. Next, another wee one, which feels like a book. It reads, from Ron. This one comes apart easily, held together with minimal string. It is a book. Flying with the Cannons. A book about the Chudley Cannons, a well-known Quidditch team. How lovely. Ron knows how much you love the game. You suppose the next gift is from Hermione. It's wrapped with perfect technique and absolute precision. You feel bad for even unwrapping it at all. Under the soft glow of the crackling candle, you pull away the ribbon and the beautiful Prussian blue wrapping paper. to reveal an eagle-feathered quill. Wow, it's so beautiful. The large, dark brown tail feather, so immaculate and elegant. She knows you're a bit of a bookworm and writer too. How very thoughtful. Last, but certainly not least, the large, soft, and loosely wrapped gift. On the label, scribbly handwriting reads, "With love and wishes this Christmas, from Mrs. Weasley. P.S. Look after Ron, please. I worry." With a wee giggle, you pull open the string and remove the paper. And withdraw a big, cosy, hand-knitted jumper, which you cannot help but immediately pull over your head. It fits perfectly. How did she know? She's got such a keen eye, does Mrs. Weasley. This was so lovely, you thought to yourself. Bless all of their cotton socks. You simply cannot wait to give them all their gifts in return. Taking up your cocoa again, you snuggle a little further into the sofa. Cuddling your new jumper, and just sit there, knees tucked into your chest. Watching and listening to the fire hum and crackle away. It's so bewitching watching the flames. So hypnotic and soothing all at once. Hopefully, Ron, Hermione, and Harry will be back soon themselves, so that you can be with them whilst they open their gifts from you. That will make you very happy indeed. Maybe there's time for a wee nap first, though. It would be rude not to, in front of this fire. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this very cosy fireplace on this very cold and very frosty winter's night. Now, if you are in need of some nice, comforting sleep stories, but maybe you're not feeling all that festive yet, allow me to help. We'll tell you some short wintry tales. Some are Christmassy, some are not. But one thing is for sure, you'll be feeling a little more festive afterwards. So I've got a cup of tea here, we've got a lovely bottle of wine warming up by the fire. Might have a glass later on, you never know. But please make yourself very comfortable. And, as always, lie back. Take a nice deep breath. And welcome to Wintry Fairy Tales and Sleep Stories with Snooze, with Sam. Right. Let's start with a wee one that I wrote ages ago, and it's called, actually, try and figure out which ones they are. We'll test your memory, but at the very least just lie back and enjoy them for what they are. Right. On this cool winter's night, the little fire gives you some much needed heat. Beneath the clear night sky, you are perched on a large piece of driftwood which has ended up on the banks of Loch Awe, your home for the evening. Overhead, a billion stars twinkle against a deep, inky galaxy, occasionally obscured by a slight haze. But for the most part, you can see every detail on this dark canvas. The silhouettes of the surrounding hills lurk on the horizon, sleeping very peacefully. It is around 11 p.m. and the world is now quiet and calm, especially in somewhere so far from people. Your fire glows, burning fiercely in the gloom, lighting up your surroundings in a wonderful glow. Surprised it took me that long before I yawned. Not enough to see every detail, but enough to make out most shapes. You are sat around 10 meters from the tree line, behind which is the small single-track road you took to get here. The little grassy and pebbly beach. Started now. The little grassy and pebbly beach seemed like the ideal little spot on which to pitch your tent and set up camp for the night. The sun was low when you arrived, but gave you plenty of light by which to set up and forage for dead wood to burn. You knew it was going to be cold, as the sky had been clear all day. Once you got your fire lit, you fetched some water from a nearby stream and heated it up to make yourself a cup of tea in your little metal pan. As the water warmed, starting to bubble and steam, you looked over the water in appreciation of the beauty of the loch. You watch the little ripples appear occasionally on the water as tiny fish surface and jump, catching flies in flight. Nearer to you, you watch small pond skaters. I don't think I'm going to be able to get through these. I'm too tired myself. Hopefully that rubs off on you though. Where was I? Yes, okay. Nearer to you, you watch small pond skaters dart about in the shallows beneath the harmless clouds of gnats going about their business. It is so still and so quiet. Only the tinkle of the stream and the crackle of your now well-burning fire shimmer through the night air. All alone, you feel much needed respite from the buzz of the city. It's so important to allow yourself some space to breathe. Unpacking your favourite mug, you brew your tea, clasping the hot mug with both of your hands, letting the heat penetrate them and warm them through, just as I'm doing just now. Before you know it, darkness falls, and there you sit, totally at ease, and feeling as relaxed as you have ever done, keeping toasty by your fire. You stare into the flames and watch them flick and dance and then disappear, only to be replaced by the next. Deep in the belly of the fire, you see the wood splintering and crackling. For something so violent, you find it so peaceful and soothing, almost hypnotic. Gazing into the flames, you see nothing else around you, the light causing your pupils to narrow. Your peripheral vision is vague, with the fire being your only focal point. You decide to fetch your sleeping mat and lay it out beside the fire. As you feel tiredness and fatigue come over you, much like me just now. Excuse me, everyone. I'll be asleep before you at this stage. As you feel tiredness and fatigue come over you, you lay down, place your head on your still rolled up sleeping bag, and gaze up at the stars. Suddenly the sky seems vast. It stretches across your whole field of vision. It's completely surreal, the number of stars. Too many to begin to comprehend. It feels like you are looking up at a two-dimensional picture rather than the literal night sky. Your mind wanders to what else might be out there. Such a still and silent image. As your eyes adjust back to the darkness, the Milky Way becomes visible. A very deliberate patch of denser, whiter glow stretching across the middle of the sky. Every now and again, you catch a glimpse of a shooting star, some of them too fast to see with confidence, and some of them longer and slower, taking their time to cross the sky. Any movement at all, and your eyes pick it out. Small satellites cruising from corner to corner, continuous, relentless in their journey around the world. You feel your eyes getting heavier as you stare upwards still. Each tiny speck of light. Millions and millions of miles away. Honestly, I'm gonna be in bed before you. Either that or I'll end up falling asleep by the fire and spill my tea because I'm holding it in my left hand, but we'll hope that doesn't happen. I don't know whether you find it helpful that I'm so tired or not, but I truly do hope that subliminally at least it makes you feel sleepier. So I don't know whether to apologise for my exhaustion or not. We'll go with it though, but you'll have to excuse my very regular yawning. Anyway, I think it's the heat from the fire. It doesn't help, and the fact it's quite dimly lit in here, which is lovely. But it doesn't take me much to feel sleepy sometimes. It's usually when I need to be awake. That's not quite true, but when I am reading these stories, I do get very sleepy. Which I suppose is the point, isn't it? Anyway, you are relying on me just now, so how about one a little more festive? I imagine most of you all know what this one is. Okay, here we go. The excitement is tangible. The whole of Hogsmead, there's your clue. The whole of Hogsmead buzzes like a hive of festive bees, all hurrying to get their last-minute festivities underway. It's an amazing sight. Every wizard and witch seems to be here, all wrapped up in layer upon layer of warm, wintry clothing, desperately trying to keep out the cold on this Christmas Eve. But you don't feel the cold, for you are too busy soaking up the atmosphere with wide eyes and the most cheerful of smiles. Well, maybe you do feel the cold after all, as you subconsciously pull your cloak and parka closer around your midriff, isolating a stray icy breeze. Thankfully, you've already finished the majority of your Christmas shopping, so you don't have to battle with the crowds in an effort to fetch gifts for your friends and family. Quite simply, you're here purely to drench yourself in the atmosphere of this wonderful time of year, embracing the love and care everyone so willfully radiates. Walking down Hogsmead High Street, scanning your eyes high and low, left and right, the village hustles and bustles with all sorts of goings on, and is a feast for the eyes, ears, and chilly red nose. Every thatched roof cottage and shop is covered by the crispest snowfall, small icicles dangling from their gable ends. Only last night did the overcast clouds above drop a lovely soft carpet of fresh powder, much to the excitement of all the students come the morning. Today, the high street has been packed and compounded by 1,000 footsteps, but the smallest, most delicate snowflakes still drift down to earth, riding the still air. By the side of the road, every tree glistens with snow, as though someone has dusted them with icing sugar. Between the trees, as well as amongst the branches of some, adding to the shimmer and glitter of the snow. Hundreds upon hundreds of enchanted candles glow and flicker like wee fairies hanging in space. They move and sway ever so gently in the light breeze, giving everyone below a little extra light in which to pick their next path through the snow and crowds. You pass some of your favourite places to spend your free time. Honeydukes, the one and only sweet shop worth visiting in your humble opinion. Stepping a little closer to the steamy windows, you can feel your face light up from the glow inside as you peer in. There are shelves upon shelves of the most succulent looking sweets imaginable. Creamy chunks of nougat, shimmering pink squares of coconut ice, fat honey-coloured toffees, hundreds of different kinds of chocolate in neat rows. Not only that though, there is a large barrel of Bertie Bott's every flavour beans, and another of fizzing Whizbees, the levitating sherbet balls that Ron had mentioned. You can nearly feel your teeth aching at the sights of all those treats. You've got plenty of things already in your dorm, so maybe best to move on before you pillage the entire shop. Moseying further down the street, there is barely any room to squeeze between the excited bustle of witches and wizards, all of them darting from door to door of the village establishments. Zonko's joke shop, an ever-popular place, but it's absolutely hoaching around Christmas, full of friends who are desperate to prank their peers without even needing an invitation. Then there's Tomes and Scrolls, a beautiful little bookshop that still stands suitably peaceful on your right-hand side. It would feel wrong if any place full of such knowledge and tranquility would become overladen by loud and noisy students. The Three Broomsticks Inn echoes with tipsy patrons, a constant stream of stumbling bodies falling out of the door, whilst tagging their mates to go in. The herbology shop of Dogweed and Deathcap carries on about its business as usual. Scrivenshaft's quill shop is certainly cashing in on the crowds by the looks of it, as so many people rushed to gift their loved ones a beautiful new writing instrument. The hairdressing salon is busy with those after a seasonal trim. Dominic Maestro is in his music shop, letting his musical instruments sell themselves. And oh aye, of course, there is Gladrag's Wizard Wear, one of your favourite clothing shops. It does stock normal clothes, if you can even call them that, but one of your favourite things to buy there is some of their famous, frankly lurid and garish socks. You can also purchase ones which scream when they get too smelly. I remember writing that and I couldn't stop laughing and I had to keep recording it again, sorry. I just love that image, I don't know why. But you wouldn't know about that, obviously. Your socks would never scream. Next along the cosy, candlelit street was Ollivander's wine shop and Madame Puddifoot's tea shop, brimming with friends and couples, all keen to huddle up and get a good blether over a warm and steaming brew. There's so much to take in, evidently. But as you stroll down the road, hearing the muffled crunches of your boots in the snow, you feel suitably festive and satisfied with your afternoon. Time to head back to Hogwarts, you think. You feel the need of a warm brew yourself for a start, for the cold is starting to reach your toes. So, leaving the Christmassy chaos of Hogsmead behind you, you hurry yourself through the fallen snow, bracing against the increased wind out in the open, keeping your head tucked down. Each passing friend gets an excited wave and hello, but everyone appreciates the need to find a bit more shelter. The snowflakes may only be small, but once the wind carries them, they become little nose numbers in no time. Through the grounds of the school you shuffle, speeding past gates and through doorways and chilly corridors, ever more desperate to feel warm as time passes. Is that a fire you can hear? Well, yes, because we are here with one. But in the story, it must be your imagination teasing you. Although you do hope that when you reach the common room, the fireplace will be roaring. Finally, you're inside the main buildings. A little less cold, but still not what you'd call hospitable. Nodding a greeting to great scholars and important people in the paintings on the walls, as you always do so, and they always appreciate. You hurry up the foyer steps, leaving snowy footprints on the rugs and wooden floorboards as you go. The janitors would not appreciate that necessarily. Upon reaching the common room door, you shiver the worst of the cold away as you utter the password through trembling lips. Painfully, the doorway opens slowly, taking its sweet time. But, oh, there it is. Heat. The fireplace. Is this what bliss feels like? It must be. Through the threshold you step, closing the great heavy door behind you with a clunk. Your whole bodily tension drains away from you. The heat from the fireplace on the far wall engulfs you. You do love the Commonroom. It's such a lovely place to spend time. For one, it's full of bonny, ornate furniture, dating back centuries and centuries. Most of it made from dark stone mahogany or oak. In the centre of the room, big squishy leather Chesterfield sofas huddle around the huge log-burning fire, with small side tables, oil lamps, and candles for essential ancillaries. Between long hanging curtains, the windows to the outside are plastered in snowfall, every frame ledge gathering fresh flakes. It looks very cold indeed, a timely reminder of where you'd just come from. But no longer are you cold. Your nose and ears turn red hot as the circulation returns. Ron, Hermione, and Harry knew you were coming back around this time. And as they always seem to do, bless them, you can see one of them has left you a mug of steaming hot chocolate. It's on the coffee table in front of the fire to keep it as warm as possible. It's so sweet of them to think of you. They really do look after you so well. Kicking off your boots and removing your parka, you hang them up by the fire to heat up and dry. Before settling, you lift the box of matches and light the nearest candle. It ignites with little complaint, as it was probably not too far off self-combusting in this hot room anyway. Picking up the mug of cocoa and nestling into your favourite seat in the corner of the nearest sofa to the fire, you can finally relax, allowing your shoulders to fully untense. A huge wave of calm floods your system. As you sigh, close your eyes and take a sip, from the still hot mug of hot chocolate. That is much better. Oh, you almost forgot. You've got a few presents which you've been told to open tonight. Placing your mug back on the table, you reach down the side of the sofa to a small pile of mostly neatly wrapped gifts with lovely wee bows fit with ribbons. Every year, you insist that you don't want or need any gifts, but just as you do yourself, you know they all love to give on Christmas. Taking the first one from the small pile, you read the label. With love, from Hagrid. Bless his massive cotton socks. This one's rough and readily wrapped, as you'd expect from him. His big hands would struggle to deal with such intricate work. You are just surprised it's not squished. Peeling the corners of the paper away, you pull out from within a wee tin of treacle fudge. What a wonderful gift. He always gives it, every year. You think he enjoys it more himself, to be perfectly honest. Thank you very much, Hagrid. Next, another wee one which feels like a book. It reads, From Ron. Wrapped in beautiful brown paper, this one comes apart very easily, held together with minimal string. It is a book. Flying with the Cannons. A book about the Chudley Cannons, a well-known Quidditch team. How lovely. Ron knows how much you love the game. You suppose the next gift is from Hermione. It's wrapped with perfect technique and absolute precision. You feel bad for even unwrapping it at all. Under the soft glow of the crackling candle, you pull away the ribbon and the beautiful Prussian blue wrapping paper to reveal an eagle feathered quill. Wow, it is so beautiful. The large dark brown tail feather so immaculate and elegant. She knows you are a bit of a bookworm and writer too. How very thoughtful of her. Last but not least, the large, soft and loosely wrapped gift. On the label, scribbly handwriting reads, With love and wishes this Christmas, from Mrs. Weasley. P.S. Look after Ron, please. I do worry. What's she like? With a wee giggle, you pull open the string and withdraw a big, cosy, hand-knitted jumper which you immediately pull over your head. It fits perfectly. How did she know? She's got such a keen eye, does Mrs. Weasley. That was lovely. Bless all of their cotton socks. You cannot wait to give them all of their gifts in return. Taking up your cocoa again, you snuggle a little further into the sofa, cuddling your new jumper, and just sit there, knees tucked in, watching and listening to the fire. It's so bewitching, watching the flames. So hypnotic and soothing all at once. With any luck, hopefully Ron, Hermione, and Harry will be back soon themselves, so you can be with them whilst they open their gifts from you. That will make you very happy. But maybe there's time for a wee nap first. I think I agree with that. It would be rude not to, in front of this fire. Sounds like a plan to me. Sweet dreams, everyone, and merry festivities. Take care.